Oh, Carl. We love it.
Or you could just take it now. Tots to finish with a flourish for the match and for a superb win.
He may be panicking now.
A go. Jack Tweddle gets a match start and Tots to finish off with a 118. Hello, good evening and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for finals night at the Modus Super Series. And incredible to think that by the end of tonight would have been a third of the way through the series, a quarter of the way through the Series 9 here in Portsmouth. It's been an intriguing week, a landmark week in some senses as well, and we are through to the finals to see which one of the Super Six is going to pick up the trophy. And we're going to be watching all of the action this evening in the company of the asset Paul Nichols. And for the first time here at the Super Series, the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver, the Golden Girl, joins us on commentary duty. Trina, great to have you as a part of our team. How much are you looking forward to stepping onto this side of the sport this evening?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've been wanting to do it for a while and hopefully I'll do it a bit of justice.
Yeah, looking forward to having you as part of our team and
Thank
your
you.
analysis throughout the course of the evening. It's been such an intriguing week, hasn't it, Paul? We've seen some landmark moments and also a week of opportunity for a lot of players here as well.
Yeah, the first couple of weeks in this series, what we've seen are established players making their mark, and they want to come back before Christmas. But tonight, we're going to have a slice of something different, aren't we? Because of the 6 players tonight, none of them have won a week here before. So, opportunity has been hanging in the air for the last couple of days, and we're just wondering who's going to take that opportunity.
Well, opportunity knocks, and these are the 6 players that are in action this evening, looking to pick up a first weekly title. John O'Shea has played at a Champions League, but he did so as a runner-up. So one of Carl Sneyd, John O'Shea, Bram van Dijk, David Wawrzewski, Andy Hamilton, and Jack Tweddle will pick up a first Super Series title come around about 11 o'clock this evening. So let's round up the story of the week and go back to Monday morning when Group A got underway. And it was Carl Sneyd that qualified through to his first finals night, pipping John O'Shea to the post, 20 points to his name. Carl, a player, Paul, who's been here for a number of appearances. This is his 4th appearance here at the Live Lounge. When you get to that point when you played here a few times and not got through to the finals, will it just feel like relief more than anything else?
Yeah, I think so. I think he should be really proud of himself. In previous times, I think he's gradually got better with experience. And experience is going to be a word that we're going to use a lot in this series as weeks go on. But winning that group, and we always say that winning a group with 20 points, it means that it is tight. But he's beaten a world master to winning that group. That's got to do his confidence the world of good. But I think without going too complicated with this issue, we can say that Carl has played the best darts that he's ever played in a group here this week. And it just so happens that it's got him to Saturday night.
Well, John O'Shea responded well to that adversity by winning Group B. That's what we saw on Thursday and Friday evening. 12 points to his name. Bram van Dijk and David Wawrzewski, the other 2 players to make it through. But Mason Willett was the player at the bottom of the table, but he hit a 9-darter on Thursday, and he came in as a late replacement for the ill Shane Hayward. And it was a real magical moment, Trina, for any player to hit a 9-darter, particularly in front of the cameras.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe he very nearly did it again, didn't he? And yeah, absolutely cracking darts from him. And yeah, I'm sure he's following in his dad's footsteps, isn't he?
And it's interesting because you look at the way that he took out. We're going to watch the second maximum here, and then we're going to see the 1-for-1. He goes exactly the same way as his dad did when he hit the 9 darts for the Premier League.
Yeah. I mean, the throw is so much alike as well. And yeah, it's great to see.
Definitely a family dynasty, that is for sure. John O'Shea won the group. He's a player, obviously you travelled a lot of the WDF, BDO circuit for many years, Trina. John must be a player that you would have seen a lot of the time travelling on those tours. And a player that maybe as the years gone along is very much peaking at the right level.
Yeah, I think he is, and like you say, he's a previous Masters champion. And, he's been around for a long time. And but he's playing some of his best darts now, I think.
He most certainly is. Bram van Dijk also made it through. Now, we've seen him here before. You've covered him before. You actually played against Bram the last time that he played here at the Super Series. What's your experiences like of playing against Bram van Dijk?
Yeah, he's a good player. Everybody that plays here is a good player, and he's a young lad, and he's got a lot to learn as well along the way. So he'll be doing well, and I'm sure he's got a lot to give tonight.
And not a bad way to end the group. That was the last 3 darts we saw in Group B there, that 170 checkout against David Wawrzewski, who is also through to the finals this evening. He's a player that we've seen since the Southampton days, very much growing into this tournament, growing into this concept. It's his third successive Saturday night, and he's beginning to go in the right direction in terms of his career.
Yeah, I think so. There's been a lot of changes in Wazzy's life as well over the last year or two, but his constant invitation to this place is a testament to what kind of a threat he is on the dartboard. He's someone who doesn't mess around. He's very selfless with his time. He likes to bring up the next generation, and one of those players is going to be in the crowd tonight. But the fact is, I think for his story, if he was to go on and win tonight, there would be tears shed. We'll get into that in due course. But he's a big, lovable man who can play a very good game. But based on the group he's in, he may have to find another gear.
It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Group C was won by Andy Hamilton, the Hammer, 18 points to his name. And he was joined alongside Jack Tweddle, the superb debutant from Swindon. We'll talk about the Hammer first. And he's a player, Andy, I suppose, a lot like a lot of players towards the twilight of their career. Got so many options now, the World Seniors, whether they want to play ADC or other competitions. Obviously, you've got experiences there. You're going to be playing in the match play next week in the World Seniors. Yeah. For players that are heading towards the twilight of their career or heading into the latter half of their career, how important are tournaments like the Seniors, and how important is it to have places where you can play with a smile on your face?
Yeah, it is. It's very important, and it's nice to have that option. It's we've got more options these days. And like you say, with the seniors, it gives you that extra thing to do. And it's great.
Could you have imagined a few years ago where the sport was that there'd be opportunities for players that maybe if they didn't want to play at the elite end of the sport, come off the Pro Tour and have things to play in and still very much be in the limelight of the game?
Again, no, you wouldn't have thought it, and it's given us that option. I say us because I'm in the seniors now, I'm of that age kind of thing. So, but yeah, it's another option that we've got, and it's the more options we have, then the best.
From the experienced Andy Hamilton to the debutant Jack Tweddle, who came onto this stage on Thursday and burst onto the scene.
Explosive. I think that's the one thing we can say about Jack. The throw is swift, it's whippy, it's somewhat violent, but very watchable. And what we've seen from him this week is eye-catching, because we're talking about high numbers when he's putting in really big performances. And if we may throw a little bit of extra sauce into the bibimbap, which is a South Korean dish, by the way, we can say that he really, really is someone who can sustain it for a daily basis. And if you can do that, you can win on a Saturday night.
The good news is, I know what takeover I'm having once this show is over. Right, into tonight and into the groups that are in play. We know the 6 players that are going to be playing, and this is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Split into 2 groups of 3. Group 1, Sneyd, Bram van Dijk and Jack Tweddle. It was interesting that you were mentioning before you went on air that of those 3 players, none of them played on a Saturday night before.
Yes, that's true. And the narrative around these 2 groups is extremely translucent. You've got Group 1, nobody's been here on a Saturday night before, so they're all going to feel just that little bit extra anxiety going into it, even though they've had success this week. But all 3 of Group 2 have been here, and not just the once or twice. It's a minimum of 4 times. So they know exactly what this is all about. If you want to go with experience tonight, you go with Group 2. But if you think that someone's going to come in with freshness and in a greenhorn sort of way as a Saturday debutant, go with Group 1.
If we have a look at that Group 2, Trina, we've seen so many players with so many experience in there, in David, John and Andy. And I suppose there's a dynamic of, yes, they've been here a lot of times before, but they've also got a little bit of scar tissue here as well.
Yeah, they know how dangerous that stage can be, and, they'll have their wounds as well. So, Andy started off not very well the beginning of the week, but it just shows you what you can do and how you can turn it around, and he's earned his place here tonight.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookmakers think about this evening's proceedings. And they have Jack Tweddle off as the 12-5 favourite. That was the exact odds he was in Group C earlier on this week. The bookies aren't backing against him.
I can understand why they're going with him, because he has had a good couple of daily campaigns already this week. He's shown a really good ceiling of performance. But when the bookies get a bee in their bonnet about something and they get it right, they tend to go with it. And I can't blame them for putting Jack at the top. It is somewhat surprising when you've got Andy Hamilton in there and maybe Carl, who's done such a good job of winning Group A. But I think it is very interesting from the dynamic that Hamilton won his group by 4 points over Jack, and yet Jack is the favourite. I think what they're looking at is ceiling of performance and what could possibly happen in a match and not in an entire double daily campaign.
And Jack has a lot of fans in the crowd this evening. A lot have made the trip down from Swindon. Is he almost riding off this crest of a wave a little bit?
Yeah, probably. You know, he's going to have a lot of his support, like you say, and I think that'll help him. You know, so I think he's one to look out for.
Trina, Paul, thank you very much for now. It's an intriguing evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is about to get underway. And we're going to see Jack Tweddle in action, the bookmakers' favourite to go on and lift the trophy tonight. Takes on Carl Sneyd, also making his first finals night appearance. And early on this evening, I caught up with both players. Carl, breakthrough week for yourself here at the Super Series. First finals night for you. How would you assess your Group A performance overall?
The first day come down, played all right. Kind of relaxed, to be honest, the first day, but you're coming out of it the first day leading, bit of pressure seems to pick up on it. So I knew the second day and the third day, they weren't the best. I mean, I mentioned it on Wednesday. Some of the results went my way, and but you've got to take it, you've got to win ugly sometimes. But I kind of did, so I've done all right, to be honest.
Did it feel different playing the week? Because the last time we've seen you here, or the last couple of times we've seen you here, you've been playing the Group C.
I have actually played the week before, so but I've not actually won it. So it is different. I've enjoyed it. It's hard work. I mean, I've been away from the kids for a week, which is the tough bit. I've seen my daughter today. She's come down watching it, which has made it a little bit better. And my partner Amy. So, yeah, it's kind of put me up after the 2 days off. So, see how we go tonight.
How important a night is this for you, and how big a night is this for you?
Well, I said to my missus before, I said, this is the most important night of my dating career. It's not been a big career of mine, I'll be honest with you, but I'm there, I'm playing all right. I've beat these lads once. There's no reason for me to go on and win it.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Carl, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Jack, it's been quite the week for yourself here at the Super Series. Can you believe how well it's gone?
No, to be honest, I wasn't expecting it to go quite as well as I did on the first attempt at coming here. I was hoping for a good week. I was hoping to put in some good performances, but obviously I kicked off really well on Thursday and just did what I needed to do on Friday.
In terms of when you left here on Thursday, you were absolutely buzzing. Everything went your way. What was that like when you picked the phone up, when you saw the messages from home and messages from other people? What was that like? Yeah,
it was good. I wasn't expecting quite as much support as I got. I knew that I would get a bit, but I wasn't quite expecting the outpouring of messages that I received, which was really nice.
If Thursday was about you playing at your best, was yesterday about winning games? Sometimes maybe just against the grain, a little bit ugly at points.
Yeah, I didn't want to make too big of a point of it. I didn't feel great yesterday, so it was just about getting over the line and making sure I did what I needed to do. And obviously started well with the 2 wins against Andy and James, so it was good.
And back to tonight.
Yeah.
Big night for yourself. As big as it's been for a little while for yourself now?
For a little while, yeah. I'm probably more. I was a bit more nervous yesterday, but tonight is more like Thursday sort of feeling. It's nice again because obviously it's another new feeling with the crowd coming in, but yeah, it's going to be good.
How much are you looking forward to that, and how much are you looking forward to that dynamic? Because you play on TikTok, so you played in front of people before, but I suppose it's different because the people are physically behind you.
Yeah. I always used to really like playing in front of crowds of people, so I'm hoping for same again, because every time I've played, I normally have quite a good record on stage, so I'm hoping to continue that on tonight.
I wish you all the very best, Jack. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Oh. Tweddle averages 107 plus on debut.
Special player. And Jack Tweddle gets the better of Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 0. In the last leg, he hit a max to change the complexion of proceedings. Jack Tweddle gets a max dart at tops to finish off with a 118. Down for double free. And this is the stuff of debut dreams. Well, this is a Saturday night laden with opportunity here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. None of the 6 players in this field have won a finals night before. Only John O'Shea has previously played at a Champions Week. And neither of these players have played in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge before. For Carl Sneyd, a first finals night in his 4th appearance, whilst Jack Tweddle has got through to the big night on debut. A big night needs big names, and we've got 10 world titles between the 2 people in the commentary box. Trina Gulliver, the Golden Girl, is alongside Paul Nicholson. Hi, Paul.
Thanks, Henry. What a pleasure it is to be here tonight to see who wins week 3 of Series 9, and plenty of opportunity for people like Jack Tweddle, 29 years of age, from Wiltshire, up against the left-hander Carl Sneyd, who won Group A this week and will be smelling opportunity himself. But the first order of business tonight, get off to a good start. 2 games in your respective groups. If you win them both, you will win your group.
First leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Without further ado, I'm the asset Paul Nicholson, and the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver is with us for the first time tonight. Welcome,
Hello,
Trina.
Paul. Hello. Looking forward to this.
59.
If I may put you on the spot at the very start, with all of your experience of travelling the globe for the last 30 years and seeing people making names for
81.
themselves, none of these players have won a week. Who to you stands the best chance before a dart is thrown?
That's a very good question.
97.
Like you say, Carl won the group. So he's had a couple of days off. He was saying there in his interview that he's missed his family. And he's seen them today, so that will give him a buzz. Jack's been playing brilliant. So I don't know, it's a hard one to call. I think Carl might take a lot of out of what being the winner of the week.
Well, what you can see from Jack's action is that he doesn't leave anything behind, and he provides the first maximum of Saturday night. Maybe an early message, not just to Sneyd, but also to Bram van Dijk, who was the other participant in this group.
100.
This is a really good start to this first match.
Require 100.
That's an interesting call.
60.
He was going for the treble 20 there, I assume, to try and take the additional 80 points out. And after 48 ton plus finishes this week, we are not going to get our 49th in the first leg
22.
right now.
Jack, you require 40.
Tops for Jack and a break.
Game shot on the first leg, Jack Tweddle.
Well, that'll settle him down, won't it?
Absolutely. I see what you mean about his throw. He's got a quite
Second
an aggressive
leg,
throw,
Jack
hasn't
to
he,
throw
really?
first. Game on.
As long as that release point is a good point, that dart is going to come out with some ferocity.
60.
And he does have some very interesting support here tonight, does Jack, because there's somebody in the crowd by the name of Chris Aubrey.
100.
A very fine player in his own right from the same neck of the woods, because in a roundabout sort of way, Jack and Chris are related.
108.
Just like those 3 darts are in the treble 20. Over the last couple of days, what Jack has done
100.
is amass the best weekly average of any player this week. And he's also got the best win
60.
percentage. He's won 7 games out of 10, giving him 70%.
That's some record, that. That's some achievement.
And when you guard that against any tour on earth,
82.
70%, whether it's 2 days or a season, that is an elite level of winning matches.
125.
Right now, how was Jack feeling after the start and leaving 76 after 12? He's going to be feeling good about this, isn't he?
He is. He's started off great, and he's got to be happy with that.
27.
Let's not forget as well,
Jack, you require
Jack has been playing
76.
competitively for the last couple of days. Carl hasn't.
Game shot
And
of
maybe there's a
second leg.
reason why
Jack
the
Tweddle.
odds compilers have got Jack Tweddle as the favourite. Just remember, if you are having a
Third
flutter
leg,
tonight on
it's Carl
any
to
of the
throw first.
aspects of the Modus Super
Game
Series, please gamble responsibly. Over 18s only, and gambleaware.org for any information. He looks almost surprised that he's 2-0 up. He shouldn't be. He's playing really well.
100.
He is playing well, and he did well to take the first leg as well, and take that break, and keeps his darts in the
84.
second leg. So he's put himself in good stead here.
When you started coming through, Trina, a lot of the darts that you played, it was short format. It was a lot of best of 5 legs.
Yeah.
58.
Nowadays, things have changed because we want these players to have more opportunities. And one of the things that has changed is that the formats have changed. More best of 7. And if you are
57.
successful at this, you're probably going to be playing a lot of best of 11 or
Yeah.
best of 9s.
Yeah, the longer format's obviously better for the players. It gives you time to a little bit longer to settle in.
108.
It's a great 180 there.
80.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit more time, and to settle in and
54.
maybe make the odd one or two mistakes.
You can make mistakes on a Saturday night, but just keep them to a minimum. After taking nothing from the first 2 legs,
131.
all of a sudden, Carl Sneyd is playing properly. 180 followed by a 131. And this is a really good response. But just to echo your point,
52.
Trina, this
Carly
is on his own
requires
throw. He's going to
32.
have to do it against Jack's throw.
Yeah. But that will
Game
give him
shot
some
of
confidence
third leg.
that
Carl
taking that
Sneyd.
leg, even though it is his own leg, that's got him on the board.
Fourth leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
He's won 10 out of his 15 games this week.
140.
And whenever you win a Group A on 20 points, it's got to be tight. You may even just win that group on leg difference. However, Carl has found his hot spot
123.
around that treble now. It's a game of 2 halves tonight. Group 1, 3 debutants for Saturday night. Group 2, the amount of weeks that they have represented themselves on Saturdays is incredible.
108.
Another maximum there.
Oh, we're not being starved of maximums. How about another one?
140.
Apparently, I was asking for too much. Is this Jack planting his foot in the ground as if to say, you're not going to get my throw no matter what you do?
Well, that's 2 in 1 leg.
Jack, you require 87.
This is such a big shot. It's at the ball.
62.
And this is Carl's opportunity.
require
He's left 18
18.
after 9 darts.
His
and he
chance to
almost
break.
lost the leg.
So his chance to break.
Game
And
shot
takes
of
it.
fourth leg. Carl Sneyd.
And I don't know how they would say it in Lancashire, but
Fifth leg.
That was a
It's
proper
Carl
leg
to
of
throw
darts.
First.
That was a proper leg of darts, yes.
Game on.
Indeed. 2 180s within that.
welcome to Saturday night, everybody, where the standard is going up. The accumulative average for every dart that's been thrown this week is 84.19.
100.
In this game, so far, they're averaging around about 100 accumulatively.
84.
That little bit of extra adrenaline pumping through your veins on occasions like this, to some people, Trina, it will feel like a hindrance at the start, but it really is an aid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting to your nerves to work for
140.
you rather than against you. It can be a hindrance if you don't manage it well. But it's not always easy to do. But if you can get your nerves to work for
60.
you, then that bit of adrenaline will help you play.
And because this is their first Saturday night here, and Carl's actually said this is the biggest thing in his young career to date.
93.
They're going to be learning about themselves at a rapid rate right now, aren't they?
You learn every game. Everybody learns. Whatever game you play.
78.
It's all different. Every game's different.
If every Saturday night was the same, it'd be boring. And this game is anything but boring. It's a
81.
bad dart. However, his buffer over Jack might be the ace up his sleeve.
134.
Now, can he do what Jack
Carly
couldn't?
require 87.
Well, Jack, if he's to
Jackie
take this fifth
require
leg on this shot,
144.
this would be one of the shots of the week, and we've seen some shots this week.
Not to be done now.
42.
Carl will come back.
Carly require 18.
Double 9.
Not this time. How about the antithesis on the other side?
14.
Inside on both of
Jackie
them.
require 102.
The pain of the supporters. And the pain continues. It's amazing how things can change in this format.
70.
2-0 up,
Carly
and now we're staring at
require
3-2
4.
down.
Carl taking his time. Looking at double 2.
He's got to power it through.
2.
And by throwing
Jackie
that dart so
required
hard, you did run the
32.
risk of going too high.
Game shot
Jack
on the
Tweddle
fifth
will be
leg.
wondering,
Jack Tweddle.
how on earth have I won that leg?
That's the way it goes, isn't it?
Sixth leg. It's Jack to
After
throw
everything
first.
he did well in legs
Game on.
3 and 4, everything may have crumbled come leg 5. And if Jack holds,
83.
he will have an excellent chance of making the semi-finals. And as a dart player, Trina, you can educate our audience,
60.
because I'm sure you've had legs like that yourself, where you should have won it probably about 90 seconds before it was won.
125.
because you've lost it, the internal emotions change rapidly, don't they?
Yeah, you now you know you cannot make any mistakes at all. You know, and the pressure's on.
108.
And he's responded well there.
He could potentially get 5 or 6 180s in this game and lose it.
40.
But then again, we've seen a week where someone has hit a 9-dart leg, has missed double 18 for another one on the same evening, and hasn't even qualified for Saturday.
121.
Darts can be very, very weird. Really is aggressive on that treble
Carly
20.
require 140.
Is he in the driving seat in this first game?
That's a bit of a mess there.
Jackie require 113.
It's still on. It wasn't for long.
30.
Well, Carl
Carly require 113.
has left himself on this number because, like Trina said, it was a bad previous visit.
Can't be done now, so he needs to leave it in the handy.
57. Jackie require 83.
He's already missed the bull in this match. He doesn't need the bull. He needs double 8. And that is an opening win for Jack Tweddle. The supporters of the lad from Swindon, they're going to be very, very happy with that. And Jack should be happy with it as well, because that's his first win on a Saturday night here in Portsmouth. In the first 4 legs, we saw a stack of big scores. We saw some excellent toing and froing. But after going 2-0 down, Sneyd had a chance of taking the lead after 5 legs. He wasn't able to sustain it. And it was Jack Tweddle that walked away with the win by 4 legs to 2.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum. For the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Jack Tweddle get the better of Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 2 in the opening match of Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So we kick off Group 2 in match 2 of the session, and it sees John O'Shea in action up against David Wawrzewski. John, who is a runner-up before in a week here at the Super Series, looking to win it outright for the first time, his Champions Week place. Up against Wazzy, who's made the semi-finals in each of his previous 2 appearances, hoping the third time is the charm. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. David, back again, another Saturday night. This is feeling a bit more of a regular occurrence for yourself now.
Seems to be. Third on the trot, getting better each time. I just want to progress to the next stage. So actually, let's not say a final, a win is what I'm here for now. I'm not finals, it's the win. I deserve a win now.
Do you feel like a player that's gone through that wave of progression, a player that, first of all, it was the standard to get to Saturday night. Now you've got here regularly, it's taken that next step. You've made a couple of semi-finals, moving your way through the gears to a certain extent. Yeah,
it is tough, and the progression is very hard. The mental capacity, it's really, really tough. But we're all here for a game of darts, and let's see what happens.
In terms of this week, how would you assess the way you've played?
I think I played quite well. When I played John yesterday, I was missed darts in every leg, and before I realised that I'm 3-0 down, and I was playing well. And obviously Lee, and then Mason, yeah. And then obviously the last game was irrelevant because we were both through, but it's still practice.
And then in terms of tonight, again, in front of that crowd, that you seemingly becoming more accustomed to that dynamic. You play a lot of county stuff, so this is nothing alien to you, is it?
No, I play a lot of county. I've been playing nearly 70 games for London. So yeah, the crowd, and it's going to be a good crowd tonight, I feel. So hopefully it'll be good. Bought
many of the Welling United massive?
There's a few here. There's a few turning up. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Probably more near than for one of their home games, but
more than likely.
Well, David, we wish you all the very best. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
John, another eventful week at the Super Series for yourself. How would you assess it overall?
Successful, I'm going to say, because I'm here. That was the goal coming over. You know, whether it was through A, B or C, as long as I made Saturday night. 100% record making it Saturday night, so yeah, successful.
Is that the important thing for yourself, where to a certain extent, yes, you want to play well, but it doesn't matter how you do it as long as you get to this point of the week?
Yeah, I think getting to Saturday night is the most important part, you know. Group A, you know, the early starts, it's not for everybody, you know. Kind of B or C, whether it is 1 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night, I think you can prepare a little bit better as opposed to setting alarms for 6:30, 7 o'clock. So yeah, so I played okay in Group A, you know. I still finished second, but yeah, it's definitely something that needs getting used to, the early starts. You know.
4 out of 4 in terms of qualifying through, back into another Saturday night. Is this a Saturday night you see as a real big opportunity this week?
Look, there's a lot of quality in the field, you know, and there's a lot of good players out there that will think the same. I never underestimate anybody, but if I can show up, and I know I'm heading in the right place. There's a lot of changes going on, as you know, with myself. You know what I mean? I have to compensate for a lot of things. But right now, I have to say I'm really enjoying the game more than I did in the last 12 months. So yeah.
So this would cap everything off, wouldn't it, if you won tonight?
Absolutely, 100%. If I could win tonight, it would just take the monkey off the back to the point where where's the next win going to come from? You know what I mean? Like you're winning on the Irish scene. You're winning games on Pro Tours and stuff like that. But to win, you know, just to be the last man standing. It's been a while, and I'd like to be the last man standing. You know.
Well, we look forward to watch you play, John. All the very best tonight. Good
Thanks,
luck.
bye.
I said at the start of the day that John O'Shea wanted to introduce a little bit of chaos.
Maybe that does go to the point, though, that maybe he didn't feel quite comfortable with the setup yesterday.
Oh, he got it right, all right.
First
That's
leg,
wonderful.
John O'Shea.
Slightly unconventional. Bullseye for O'Shea.
Shot on the
There it
second
is.
leg, John O'Shea.
Well, these two are regulars in terms of making it to Saturday night, but both looking to win for the first time on a Saturday night. Dave Wawrzewski, his best is 2 semi-finals. John O'Shea, as we've been mentioning throughout the course of the evening, lost that final in week 12 of Series 6 to the man that had gone to lift the title in that particular series in Scott Taylor. It's our second match of the evening session, and it's being watched in the commentary box by Trina Gulliver and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks once again. And now we try to introduce a little bit of chaos to Saturday night, because there he is. He's an agent of chaos, is John O'Shea. But this week, he has played some exemplary darts. And he knows a fair bit about the 47-year-old from London that is Wazzy. I wonder if he's going to be on fire tonight, like his shirt says. I don't know about you, Trina, but that Wazzy shirt, it reminds me of Red Dwarf in a strange sort of way.
That's going back a bit.
First
Well, he's hoping he's not a hologram up there.
First.
But there could be
Game
an
on.
exceptional story tonight if the winner comes from Group 2. You've got David Wawrzewski, you've got John O'Shea, you've got Andy Hamilton, and accumulatively,
42.
they have now participated, once they've thrown their first dart in anger, in 15 Saturday nights. Yes, 1-5. That's a lot without a victory. We talked about scar tissue at the top of the show,
81.
Trina. Do these guys in Group 2 have ambition, but also
100.
do they have a score to settle up there?
I'm sure they do. You know, I'm sure they've had in their previous games up there. They've, you know, I'm sure they've felt that they've had the opportunities and have
134.
not taken it. So I'm sure they'll be trying to learn from what they'd consider a mistake from their last
41.
appearance up there, and see if they can put it right tonight.
Every interview that is conducted with John O'Shea,
134.
it should be sold because it's so interesting. What John was talking about, health changes,
28.
change of
Johnny
schedules,
require
that kind of thing.
110.
It's an incredibly important topic in the life of the Joker. There's no kidding around here. He wants to get off to the ideal start to put himself close to the semi-finals after his first game.
54.
Now, because Wazzy doesn't have the darts in this first leg, he shouldn't castigate himself too much. Because ordinarily, you do lose the first leg if you don't have the darts, and that's exactly what's just happened at the hands of John O'Shea.
It's kind of like a warm-up leg, isn't it?
Second leg, it's David to throw
But
first.
now he needs to get it right.
Game on.
2 games per player in each group. Each player has the darts once.
84.
It couldn't be fairer. But if you want to put yourself in the best possible position, break the person who
94.
has the darts in the match that you're playing, just like this one.
You know, every player wants to go up there.
100.
You're not thinking about, you know, just taking the legs that you need. You want to be up there and thinking, I want this 4-0.
That's what we were just talking about off the air,
140.
Trina, because I say this quite often. Dart players don't go onto the stage
140.
thinking, I think I can win this 4-2. I think I can win this 4-3. We go up there with a view of we want to win 4-0 because we want to win every leg we play.
57.
Absolutely, you know, and if you go up there and I think you're in danger, you put yourself in danger if you think, oh, if I win this 4-2, that's
60.
okay. That's, you know, no, you put yourself in danger and under pressure straight away there. So you've got it in your mind, you know, you want to be sure and you want to be 4-0.
140. David, you require 170.
Well, this would cheer Wazzy up. Double top.
77.
And now a huge chance for the
John, you
Joker
require
to
7.
double his lead. 2 8s. And
Yeah,
John
John
O'Shea is
is
starting to
second
cook
leg.
now
John
with that break
O'Shea.
of throw. He's had a really good week as John. Win percentage this
Third
week of
leg, it's John to
65%.
throw
That's
first.
15 wins
Game
from
on.
23 games. His overall average for the week, 85.34, but I don't think that, even though it is an
140.
average that is very accurate, it feels like he's played better than that. Because
100.
he's finished second in Group A and he's won Group B. That is a really good week and a really good way to make Saturday.
Yeah, it is. Very much so. That's very
55.
consistent. That shows how consistent he's been.
And curiously this week, a severe lack
100.
of Joker-related darting paraphernalia. It's like he's gone all Batman with the black flights and the black shirt.
58.
I wonder if he's turned.
$91.
He's going to hate me saying that because he's such a big Joker fan.
$100.
Very, very steady from John so far. An average of 92. Wazzy is struggling to keep up with O'Shea.
100.
He's had 1 dart at a
John, you
double,
require
averaging 80.
148.
O'Shea's got to pounce on this while he can.
$112.
Wazzy did have a shot
David, you require 110.
in the previous leg at tops. This time it's double 16.
78.
He's had chances to be 2-1
John,
up.
you
Had the
require
chance.
36.
So John to go 3-0 up now.
Game
And takes
on the
it.
third leg. John O'Shea.
Takes out the double 18.
He really is exuding confidence at the minute. And that statement he
Fourth
said in
leg.
his
It's
interview,
David to throw first. Game on.
it's all about being the last, if I may use a slightly different word, it's about being the last person standing.
100.
You can attest to that, Trina. I can too. Forget about the money. Forget about the silverware. The best thing is
108.
you being the last person standing.
Nobody's beat you on the day. That's it. That's a great start there as well from John.
140.
Starting off with a 180.
I did say that John wants to be as close to the semis as possible by winning this match.
100.
If he wins 4-0, he can actually afford to lose his second game and still qualify. But we have, in some previous weeks, seen some bulldozing group performances. Even a couple of weeks ago, somebody came through a group without losing a leg.
57.
That was Bradley Brooks.
That's incredible, that.
And I think we can firmly say now that Wozzie's in trouble.
John, you require
He's struggling, isn't he?
164.
Not finding it at all.
And John is finding more than enough. He's raised his game to a level that reminds us
130.
of why he is a world master. Strange to think that next month, that was 5 years ago.
100. John, you require
How time
34.
flies when you're having fun.
And how games can fly. Because this one could be over.
Game shot. And
Perfectly
the match,
done.
John O'Shea.
And John O'Shea gets the ideal start. Over the last couple of days, he's beaten Wazzy twice, but now make that 3, and he is within a whisker's distance of making the semi-finals once again. He never fails to make Saturday night, John O'Shea, when he comes to Portsmouth, and he doesn't fail to make the semi-finals either. And on this occasion, he was just too good for Wazzy, winning by 4-0.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw John O'Shea run out a comprehensive 4-0 winner against David Wawrzewski. He is on the cusp now of qualification through Group 2, as is Jack Tweddle, who's going to get our third game of the session underway. He takes on Bram van Dijk. He won the opening match against Carl Sneyd by 4-2. So that means a couple of legs would be good enough to see him progress through to the semi-finals. A win will see him top the group, whilst Bram van Dijk, the Dutchman, his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If he wins 4-0, he'll automatically be through to the semi-finals. But to get to Saturday night has been some achievement and some progression for him too. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with him. Bram, good week for yourself into the finals here at the Super Series. How would you look back at it overall?
I'm very positive about last week. I played very well, I think. A few games a little bit less, but I think I played a good week.
When you arrived here on Monday morning, what goals did you set yourself?
Reach Saturday night and win.
So you've done the first part of the bargain. What do you think you've got to do tonight? What's going to be the keys to ensure that you get that trophy?
Focus on myself, on the throw. Keep calm and do the thing I can.
Because we've spoken about this over the course of the week. There's been big improvements from the first time we saw you here and this time we saw you here. Do you feel like that whole process has kind of come to this point now where you've got through to a Saturday and you've had some really good performances here?
Yeah, I think it helped me a lot. The much calm, so confident.
Do you feel like the experience of last time has made you a better player overall, and now you feel like a more complete player?
Yeah, I think playing on the stage with cameras, never done that a lot. So it's a good training, a good week.
Well, hopefully the training leads to success. Bram, good luck tonight. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Mature interview for a player as young as Bram van Dijk. Just 20 years of age, but speaks like a player with vast more experience than that. He takes to the stage up against Jack Tweddle on debut in this competition. A couple of legs is good enough to see himself into the semi-finals. So Bram van Dijk, a 4-0 win will be good enough for him. In the commentary box, it's Trina Gulliver and Paul Nicholson.
Looking forward to watching Bram van Dijk up against Jack Tweddle here, because in this group of 3 players who've never been to a Saturday night before, you wouldn't think it, considering the level of game that we had in Game 1 with Sneyd and with Tweddle. Swindon is very well represented here tonight, but this young man is representing the Netherlands fabulously here this week. And we have had Dutch players win week 3 of a series before. In Series 3, Jelle Klaassen won a week. In Series number 5,
leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Marino Michaels won week 3, beating Fallon Sherrick. And a small matter of Series 7 where Bradley Roos, who actually played this week, beat David Cameron
99
to win week 3 in that Series 7, which wasn't that long ago. But at the age of 20 these days,
96.
Trina, I suppose with what's happened over the last 18 months, 20 years of age is a seasoned veteran.
Yeah, they just seem to get
44.
younger and younger. And youngsters seem to love the game, don't they?
60.
Such a lovely throw as well. It's relaxed. It's very different to that of Jack. It just goes to show that
46.
you can throw darts in many different ways. Look how relaxed this is. There's no body movement or anything like that.
140.
He's just gliding the dart through the air, which tells me that he's got a very relaxed grip and his release point is very good. Whereas Jack,
60.
he gives it a bit more of a thwack.
Yeah, like you say, he's a bit more aggressive
60.
than Bram. Bram's very fluent, very smooth. But Jack gets the job done. It's not to say his throw is wrong at all, because it's, you know, as you say, everybody's throw is different, and it's how you're comfortable.
78.
That's a third 180 of the night for Jack.
72.
And this is for his 5th leg.
Game shot of
Somebody's
first leg,
growing in
Jack
confidence. There's Chris Aubrey in the background, and he's sitting opposite someone who has a tour card. And someone who has been to a Champions Night here in this building in Lee Evans. Plenty of representation here for Swindon, not just in the flesh, but on social media as well. A big shout out to everybody cheering on Jack Tweddle tonight via our social feeds, which you can see from our graphic there, Instagram, X, Facebook, and our TikTok account. We've got Zoe, Woody, Another Zoe, Alan, Maggie, Joe,
125.
all supporting Jack tonight. And so far, Trina, they're being treated to some very good stuff.
Yeah, Jack's playing very, very well. And,
119.
he's looking really confident as well. And so I think he's a player to beat at the moment.
108.
In saying that,
Well, that makes it 8 180s in this group so far. And this is only the halfway point of the
140.
second game.
Grammy require
So much
154.
for first Saturday nerves.
49. Jack, you require 142.
Options on this number. He's going to persevere in the treble 20. And considering how well he's been scoring, I don't blame him.
95.
Now, which way is Bram going to take this
Bram, you
105
require
potentially?
105.
That brings up an interesting topic,
Jack,
I
you
think,
require 47.
which we'll talk about in the next leg, because Jack's on tops. And he's
Jack's
taken
on
the
his
second leg.
Jack
For the
Tweddle.
second time tonight, he takes a 2-0 lead. Interesting, Trina, that you've been around this game for
Third
3
leg,
decades
it's Jack
plus.
to throw first.
And I'm sure you've seen
Game
lots
on.
of differences over the course of that time. People maybe changing their
95.
way of thinking. One thing I've noticed over the last 10 years is more people going for treble 19, double 14 on 85
100.
than treble 15 and tops. Any idea why that might be?
I don't know, because I would be the
100.
old school. I would be treble 15 tops, and I still tend to think that way. I don't know, but there's so many different combinations
65.
that people use now, and there's a lot more what you call board management, using the board widely, and it's just
58.
far more of the game these days.
You did see just now Bradley Roos in the crowd. He'll be heading back home tomorrow
121.
after an unsuccessful week for a change, because Bradley usually does make it a Saturday night. But now that Jack is here,
140.
he's having a blast up there. He's 108 points away from being a semi-finalist.
97.
It's a good last start
Jack,
there
you
from
require
Bram,
108.
hitting that treble 19.
57 is somewhat blocked. And the right thing to do
53.
here is to
Bram,
go for
you
the treble
require
20.
118.
This whole argument of going 18s first on 118, it rages on. Now, 48 bull is on, and that's unfortunate.
$40. Jack, you require 55.
Single 15 for tops to be the first semi-finalist.
15. Bram, you
Right on the
require
wire there.
78.
So Bram, 1 in 78 now. So treble 18. Hits it. Double 12. Double 6. Takes his time.
72.
I think he did the right
Jack,
thing
you
there. If he wasn't
require
comfortable,
40.
stepping away was the right thing to do. But hitting
Big
that
shot
was
on
the right
third
thing to
leg,
do.
Jack Tweddle.
And Jack Tweddle is in the final 4 of this week. Consider the job done, but if he gets one more leg in this game, he will have the
Fourth
darts
leg, it's Bram to throw
in the
first.
first
Game
semi-final.
on.
And when we go to knockout darts, Trina, having the darts, it is going to be important, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
81.
If you have to make the most of that.
And it's not necessarily about
43.
having the darts in the first leg or even the third leg. It's more often than not, it's about having it in the last leg if you need it.
96.
Exactly that. Hopefully, you want the job done before then, obviously. But yeah, if it goes to that 3-3,
57.
then that's when you want it.
The consolation for Bram in this situation is that even if he
60.
loses by any margin, he will have a knockout match with Carl Sneyd in Game 5.
59.
That will be effectively knockout darts before we go to knockout darts. And Jack will put his feet up
58.
And prepare for the semis, and he'll have a good maybe hour and a half before he plays. He's going to have to use that wisely.
60.
I'm sure he'll be out the back on the board, keeping his concentration and not relaxing too much.
137.
Yeah, great darts there from Bram. He's going to have time on his side to get his first leg on the board. And I think, ahead of his second game, getting a leg on the board will do him the world of good.
49.
Not a great dart there.
He's still going to have a chance.
He's got time, yes.
60. Bram, you require
Just
20.
how important is it that he lands that first double of the night just to settle himself in?
Yeah, absolutely. And he
Game
does
shot
that.
on the fourth leg. Bram
So
van
that
Dijk.
will settle in him now. You know, he'll be pleased to get that. And but he's got
Fifth leg. It's Jack to
some
throw
work to do
first.
now.
Game on.
He'll be looking to step in here and
57.
put in a good score to try and break Jack.
One thing that we have learned about Bram this week is that he's not shying away from 180s.
100.
Alongside Andy Hamilton, he's got the most 180s of the week. 28
96.
from 23 games. He's got the same as Hamilton, having played 2 fewer matches. So that tells me that
140.
that kind of department is something of a weapon.
A heavy scorer.
54.
If he starts clicking in that department, there's no telling what could happen next. He might even win this match by 4 legs to 3.
140.
Because something is definitely starting to churn.
And that's 2 140s on the trot. And he's put himself in a good position here to break Jack.
40.
And
Bram,
that won't
you
help
require
Jack.
121.
And no reason to panic here for Bram.
45.
He's left himself on something very makeable when he comes back. But Tweddle seems to have lost his way a little bit over the last leg and a bit. And that's why he's taken that little pause just to try and reset.
60.
Can't
Bram,
find
you
the treble
require
there.
76.
So 76 now for Bram.
Great recovery.
60.
He's been given too much time to get comfortable in the last couple of legs. You can somewhat
140.
benefit yourself by having
Bram,
such
you
a great
require
start. But ever
16.
since he got that third leg, it's like Jack Tweddle has switched off a little bit. 2 4s to keep the match alive, you feel.
12. Jack, you require 54.
And this might be the winning shot for Group 1. That it
Game
is.
shot and the match.
Jack Tweddle's done his job. He's won by 4 legs to 2 over Sneyd. And he's beaten the other person in Group 1 by an even better margin, by 3 legs. And that means that when Bram van Dijk comes back in game number 5, he will be in a shootout match with Carl Sneyd to see who joins Jack Tweddle in the semi-finals.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jack Tweddle did his job in terms of qualifying through to the semi-finals, getting the better of a spirited Bram van Dijk to book his spot in the final four. And so it means that Bram, his match against Carl Sneyd in Game 5 is going to be a straight shootout. And it's now or never as far as David Wawrzewski is concerned. He lost 4-0 to John O'Shea in his opening match of the evening, and he now takes on Andy Hamilton in match number 2. A win for the Hammer here will send him and O'Shea through to the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. And the Hammer's been playing with a real smile on his face, rejuvenated and playing some real good darts as the former world finalist. And early on this evening, I caught up with him. Andy, it's been a good week for yourself, a week where more than anything you've been smiling and really enjoying the darts.
Yeah, I think it was odd when I first got down here on the Monday. I think I was trying too hard, not enjoying it as much. I still had a smile on my face, but probably not as much as I wanted to be. And as the week went on, I think I got more into it and relaxed a bit more and just thought to myself, what's going to be, it's going to be. As long as I enjoy myself, play a smile on my face, I'm going to end here with a happy person.
Do you have to a certain extent, make it feel like it means nothing when it means absolutely everything? Just try and take that side away from it?
Yeah, I think you have to, because I think when you think it's the biggest thing in your life, I think you try too hard in this game, and that's when you start spoiling it for yourself. And this game's all about relaxation, doing the right things, and preparation is a big factor in this life.
Overall, when you look at the 5 days as a whole, how would you assess your performances and the way you played?
I think my best day was Thursday. Obviously, my 180s were flying, and obviously the 3 balls, the 170s. So I think I need to just get back to that stage on me when I'm preparing for, and just hopefully that will come with me tonight.
Does the dynamic of a crowd help you on a Saturday, because you're so accustomed, so used to it over the years?
Yeah, I think for me, the silence is not a great thing. You have to try and concentrate harder and harder, where the crowd in the back, the more noise out there, the better you feel inside, and the more you have to concentrate. So if I get that noise, I know for a fact I'll be able to concentrate.
You've done a lot in your career. You've won a lot in your career. Haven't won a weekly title here yet at the Super Series. Where would this go in terms of what you've done, particularly recently?
Oh, without a doubt, it's one of the biggest things that's going on for me at the moment. Modus Super Series now is a forefront of my mind. I'm there now. I've been so close, but tonight could be a different story, and I hope it goes the Hammer's way.
Well, we've loved seeing the smile on your face. Hopefully we see it throughout the course of the evening. Andy, good luck.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much.
Hammer time.
Andy Hamilton, a big game coming up as he takes on David Wawrzewski. It's our 4th match of the evening session. Wazzy, having lost 4-0 to John O'Shea, needs to win to stand a chance and needs to win big. As for the Hammer, well, he can give us a double dip qualification with a victory here. In the commentary box, it's Drina Gulliver and Paul Nicholson.
Always great to have Wazzy back on the hockey, but now the pressure is ramped. A 2-time weekly semi-finalist, and they don't give those spots out at the door, I assure you. But look at Hamilton, a 6-time weekly participant on a Saturday night. That is a brilliant, brilliant statistics. This is now an opportunity for him not only to make the semi-finals again, but to take Wazzy out of the equation after 1 game. So he could be the ultimate stone killing a bird with 1 swoop.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I don't know about you, Trina, but I think there's a distinct advantage of coming into a Saturday night a little bit later. Because if you're in Andy's shoes and you've seen Wawrzewski already
41.
lose, you now have the responsibility to take him out with a game to spare. But if he doesn't, he's going to have maximum information as to what he'd have to do against a certain John O'Shea. What do you think?
Yeah, you've got a point, but then there's that danger again of thinking,
43.
well, you know, I could get away with losing a few legs here. You know, you can fall into that danger zone, and it's a fine line, really, and it's one that you can't afford to play with.
96.
With his level of experience, which is over 20 years. Like Henry mentioned to him in the interview, he's won things. He's been in massive finals like the UK Open, the Grand Slam. He was in the very first Grand Slam final. Let's not forget that. But based on right now, this is top of his list. He wants to succeed here. He's always here in every series.
81.
Yeah, he's enjoying his darts again now, and you know, he's hungry for it, and it's he'll be wanting it. He'll be doing his best, that's for sure.
After watching Andy for so many years, that style has never changed. It is somewhat unconventional. It's quite rangy.
It's a bit unique, isn't
40.
it?
But it's quintessentially hammer. He, like David, has decided to shed a few pounds over the years.
44.
He's looking very well now. And that has given him extra energy, which I think has to help in this kind of format where you're playing, well, Andy is, for his 6th consecutive day.
Yeah, I think fitness does come into it a lot more these days because we're playing a lot more. You know, there's far more out there for us to compete in, and you know, these days are long and they're tiring.
99. Andy, you require,
you know, it's
101.
Late nights, early mornings, and long days, and you have to look after yourself a bit now.
82 left. And Wawrzewski's got his chance to finally get that first double of the night.
43.
He needs an awful lot to go right for him from this point.
24.
His most realistic way of making
58.
the semi-finals again is beating Hamilton by any score and then John O'Shea beating Hamilton as well. Double top.
Game shot on the first
And he's
leg.
already
Andy
done
Hamilton.
what David hasn't.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
So that's a break there as well. Puts Andy in good stead.
Andy is from Stoke. And I'm sure you've seen over the course of your career, Trina, plenty of players coming from that neck of the woods, but it's been somewhat forgotten recently, hasn't it? Because other parts of the UK have
100.
somewhat overtaken the Potteries as the capital of darts.
Well, obviously, Phil Taylor's the most famous name, isn't it? From Stoke-on-Trent, sorry. As far as darts is concerned. And Eric
55.
Bristow was from up there as well. Leek, I believe, he used to live in.
Adrian Lewis,
God rest him.
Ian White,
100.
Mark Frost. So many other county players I could mention. But at the minute, it seems as if just up the M6 motorway towards Warrington and St Helens now, that seems to be the epicentre of the hottest players in the sport, like
82.
Chisnell, Michael Smith, Littler, and more. But Andy likes flying the flag for his Potteries. And tonight, he would love
125.
to get his name on the Roll of Honour. Surely going to use the 19s on 265. First starts don't come any better than that. He's
95.
left himself on 170, which has been hit this week by Bram van Dijk and by Andy Hamilton.
136.
Well, that's a good pressure shot there.
Andy, you require
It's a great lead.
170.
Pressure in this 170.
There's a little bit of a smile there from Andy, as if to say,
43.
not this time,
David, you require 40.
but are we level? This has been better from Wazzy. And he's got his first
Shot
double
on
of the
second
night.
leg, David Wawrzewski.
And the break back.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I've always said, Trina, that there's a very fine line between a really, really good county player
81.
and someone who can contend here. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, it's consistency. It's, you know, you need that to be that little bit sharper, that take your chances more, and
108.
Yeah, it's you need to be on form all the time.
And the thing that proves that is that if you take county darts as an example,
45.
something that both of these guys have acquitted themselves at very well, that is travelling the length and breadth of the country to play one game. This is coming to Portsmouth and playing stacks. You might have to play
59.
more games in a week here than 3 seasons of county.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's, you know, it's a lot to ask when you're just playing that one game for county. You know, it's like you say, you're doing miles and miles and miles. I mean, I still play county, but it's a lot of mileage in it for you to do it. And here you're playing all the time.
It's almost a fast track
56.
to becoming the dart player that you want to be. It's no wonder that we had such a great success story with Littler, because
100.
when he was coming here, and other young stars have come here as well, like Thomas Banks and some others, they are getting exposure to the lights, the board, the heat and the fans quicker and more regular than anybody ever has. That's really good from Hamilton. Wawrzewski might need the darts that he's got in this match.
99.
He said earlier,
Andy
having the darts in leg
68.
7 could be critical. Wawrzewski's got to get there at least. Double 16, and he hasn't taken his eyes off it yet.
$36. David, you require 76.
So in with the chance here, Ned. 76 for tops.
56. Andy, you require 32.
I hate to say it, but he has had plenty of opportunities tonight. Had 2 darts at double in the first game he played against John O'Shea and didn't hit anything.
Game shot
And
on
now,
third leg. Andy Hamilton.
the man who says boom is 2-1 up. He's never been shy in front of an audience, Andy.
Absolutely not.
Fourth leg. It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
I think what kind of game you need Monday to Friday here is something quite muted. You've got to play your floor game
55.
Monday to Friday. But when it comes to Saturday, you can unleash a little bit more.
Because the crowd's in and
81.
it can be deathly silent in there in the week.
Oh, yes. I think Sid once said you can hear a blob of vinegar drop on a chip.
That's typical of him.
$100.
But on a Saturday night, even though it is an audience in here who are very, very quiet when they're throwing, if you win a leg
100.
and you want to let something out, we don't actively encourage it. You go up there and be yourself. And we've seen plenty of dart players on Saturday nights this year who have gone up there and shown us exactly how they feel.
100.
I think it's because you get the energy from the crowd as well. You know, so it gives you explode
43.
sometimes, if you like.
I think the most I ever saw you celebrate, Trina, was when it was title number 10.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That is the most I've ever celebrated because I was surprised myself. I wasn't expected to win that. So,
140.
you know, and I certainly didn't expect myself to win that. So it just come out of nowhere.
Well, 10 is such a lovely round number, isn't it?
92.
I like it.
Andy, you require 106.
Well, there's 10 in this with a 6 at the end. For 3 legs to 1 to put Wazzy in the corner.
Game shot
is
of
exceptional.
Flag. Andy Hamilton.
He's got support. He spent a lot of time in Hampshire over the years.
Fifth leg,
His
it's
partner
David to
Chloe
throw
is from
first.
just over
Game on.
the water in Southampton, if I may say that, in Portsmouth.
That's very brave of you.
140.
That's why I was tailing off. You can't say the word Southampton in these parts. Oh, I've said it twice. If I say it 3 times, Matt Letizia is going to appear.
46.
Three straight legs needed for the big man from
60.
London. And if he doesn't get them, the final 2 games in the group, well, they're going to be shootouts for different reasons. Hamilton will have a shootout with John O'Shea to see who wins Group 2. And the next one, Bram van Dijk up against Carl Sneyd to see who qualifies. And Hamilton is not in a charitable mood.
100.
Certain dart players do like certain colours, don't they? You see Andy in a lot of purple. Maybe he feels like that's a fortunate colour for him.
That's a great shot there from him. Leaving 101.
He's got a really interesting power pack as well in this match. He's completed everything. As you can see, 90 pluses, 130 pluses, 170 pluses, and got 2 maximums as well. He's done an awful lot right in this game.
61.
And as long as Wazzy doesn't hit this one 4-3, he's looking at match darts. However, we held our breath, and now Wazzy needs a lot of fortune to stay in Saturday night.
He's taking his time.
87. Andy, you require 40.
I fear the worst for Wazzy. I sense a semi-final for Hamilton.
Game shot.
And that's where he's going.
Andy Hamilton.
Wawrzewski is not going to make the semi-finals this time because he's lost both of his group matches, and we are going to have a shootout in game number 6 to see who wins Group 2 and to see who dodges Jack Tweddle in the first semi-final. But before we go there, we're going to have Bram van Dijk up against Carl Sneyd to see who joins Tweddle in the semis.
Thank you.
100.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 4 matches on this Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Port. We've been watching all the action in the company of the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver. This is what we've seen so far. We know that Jack Tweddle is through. We now know in Group 2 that both John O'Shea and Andy Hamilton had qualified for the semi-finals, which will take place at around about 10 o'clock this evening. So that is the order of play so far. Trina Gulliver's been watching every single dart in the commentary box this evening. Let's talk about the players that progressed their way through. Let's talk first of all about Jack Tweddle, because he's having such a superb day. But we asked the question about how he was going to deal with Saturday night, but it's felt like nothing's fazed him so far.
Well, no, absolutely. He looks very comfortable, and he's playing really well. And he's hitting them 180s, and he's looking really good.
And I suppose there is that kind of transition from floor to stage when you think about the fact that on Thursday and Friday it's behind closed doors and on Saturday on stage. When you first played at the Lakeside, when you played a lot of floor tournaments to get to that particular World Championships, what was the biggest differences and how hard is it to adapt to those differences?
Well, you've got the crowd behind you or all against you. It can work differently for each player. Sometimes you can let the crowd annoy you, or you can let them work with you, kind of thing. So it all depends on your frame of mind at that point in time as well. But obviously you try and get them on side, and that can make a big difference.
In terms of Group 2, we know the 2 players are going to be progressing through to the semi-finals. John O'Shea and Andy Hamilton are going to be. Let's talk first of all about John O'Shea. Came out of the tracks very quickly, a 4-0 win against David Wawrzewski, and it felt like a bit of a statement performance from John.
Yeah, he did. He put, I'm here. I'm here is what he's saying, and I'm up for this. And yes, a very good start from him. And unfortunately, David didn't play very well in that game, and he took advantage of him.
And I suppose as far as John's concerned, we said earlier on this evening that it's such an open group, such an open night. The fact that John came out with a 4-0 win the way he did, does that set down a little bit of a statement that everybody else in the practice room may look at?
Yeah, it's a great start, and it's something that's, you've got to look up to. It's puts pressure on the others straight away. So, it's a great start for him.
And then we've got this shootout now between Bram van Dijk and Carl Sneyd. Both players lost their opening match to Jack Tweddle. In terms of the way both players played in their first matches, how would you assess as to where their levels are and who may look the most likely in this contest?
It's a hard one to say, really, but I'll probably say Bram, to be honest, and he's just that little bit more consistent, I think, and so I think that will be it's in his favour.
Well, we can see both players warming up on the stage. It's our 5th match of the evening session. Trina Gulliver's going to make her way over to the commentary box now to describe all the action with Paul Nicholson.
Thanks very much, Henry. It is shootout time after all, and you're going to get a double dose of it as well. But each shootout is different. In the next game, both players are already qualified, so they can just let fly with the knowledge that even if they lose, they will still be in the final 4 for week 3 in Series 9. However, the loser of this game will no longer throw tonight. The winner
First leg, it's Bram
will.
to throw first. Game on.
And here are the complexities of winning this game and not. I've already mentioned that you leave if you lose.
56.
If you win, you still don't know who you're going to play because you have to wait until Game 6 is finished. And maybe that's a good thing because sometimes
140.
us dart players get a little bit inquisitive. And we want to know, well, if I win this game, who would I play?
134.
I think it's a good thing that they don't know. How about you, Trina?
Yeah, right. Again, I think you can think too much about it, and it can interfere with your actual playing. So, your aim is to just get the job done and then worry about things like that afterwards.
You said in your interview with Henry just now
58.
that you think Bram might be a slight favourite in this one. Does him having the darts in this game have the kind of impact that gives you the confidence that he can win this one.
Yeah, I think
68.
it's going to make a difference for sure. Even if it's just on as a in your head kind of thing, he's going to be thinking, well, I've got the darts, so that's a plus. So yes, it could make the difference.
All that work that Carl did in the first 3 days, winning Group A, it ensured
100.
that he had the darts in the first game of Saturday night. That advantage has been lost.
Fine margins.
60. Carly require 136.
If we didn't like fine margins, we wouldn't be playing this game. He'll take 96 and run right now.
58.
He can't find the inner
Brownie
ring.
require 136.
Give him Bram a shot at the same shot.
$78. Carly require 78.
He really wants to get this treble. Doesn't even get the single 18. And going for the treble 18 in that spot, I think that's a calculated error. Told
50.
you, he should have gone for the 14s.
Bram, you require 58.
Always a chance of a deflection with the way that dart was sat.
Game shot on her first leg. Bram van Dijk.
Now that's a better start to this game, isn't it?
Second leg, it's Carl to
He
throw
was in a
first.
really, really bad
Game
spot
on.
against Jack Tweddle at the start of game 3. But at least this time he has the lead and he has consolidated having the darts.
85.
There's such a complexity with winning Group A and having to come back on a Saturday night. The
85.
eternal discussion of what do you do on Thursday and Friday? If you don't throw at all, that's entirely your prerogative. But in my opinion, you've got to throw something. You've got to find a way to stay sharp.
I think you can be a bit too lazy unless you make the conscious effort of practicing, like you say. But
43.
yeah, it gets there's some. I think you can get a little bit bored and a bit complacent.
$60.
Is that a sign of what's about to come for Carl? 3 very well thrown shots, but none of them finding what this young man has found with the first one. And the third one.
140.
Now, I personally think that 19s first on this shot is the right thing to do. 2 singles and a 25 leave 170. You get 7 19s, leaves you a 2 darter.
59.
Or maybe I've just been spending too much time with Dimitri van den Berg and all of his counting prowess. That was Stevie Johnston.
95.
You might wonder why Stevie Johnston's in the crowd. We'll get to that later. You must have known Stevie's dad, Peter Johnston.
52.
Oh yes.
Bram, you require 138.
Another one of those. And a double 12.
114. Carly require 122.
Doesn't matter about the margin of victory. It's just about getting the 4 legs. The 4 19s are found. 4 18s, I do beg your pardon.
89.
And he almost took
24.
leg number 2.
Game shot
Leg
on
2 is in the
second leg.
bank.
Bram van Dijk.
But it's in Bram's bank, not in Carl's.
Third leg, it's Bram to throw first.
He looks really cool
Game
under
on.
pressure, doesn't he, this young man?
There's that break there as well for Bram.
58.
So he'll be feeling really confident now going into this, knowing he's had the darts as well.
It's been a pretty good day for Dutch darts. Denny Olderkalter became the new
100.
Europe Cup singles champion. Many congratulations to Denny. He's no longer just the man who had the record average hit against him here in Portsmouth. He is now a
45.
Europe Cup singles champion. And the women's doubles were also won by the Netherlands. Aletta Vaya and Nolan van
60.
Leuven got the title. Congratulations to them. And the women also got the team trophy as well. Curiously, Trina,
96.
no success for England at all.
No, it must be a rare occasion, that. So, yes, not the norm.
140.
You know, there's some great players out there now, you know, and the other nations have come on in leaps and bounds. And, you know, Netherlands are a great
56.
side. Republic of Ireland. Congratulations, Robin Byrne, by the way, on the singles.
Yeah, I just wonder if John O'Shea
85.
might feel a little bit of extra motivation now that Robin Byrne is the Women's Europe Cup singles champion, beating Noah Lynn in the final after taking a 5-0 lead as well.
116.
You can't get a 5-0 lead in this format, but you can bring it back to 2-1 down if you find tops.
76. Bram, you require 147.
That would have been some shot.
Doesn't show a great deal of emotion on the stage,
40.
young Bram. He almost looked embarrassed when he took it 170 with the last shot of Group B.
Game shot on the third
But he might be
leg.
just
Carl
about to
Sneyd.
get into a match now. The man from Lancashire's got to dig deep.
Fourth flag. It's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Can't say that I've ever met a dart player from Lancashire that was bad. So strong. Every single season. And they're constantly finding new talent. If you were to have a
46.
Lancashire team for the ages, it would read...
That'd be unbelievable. It's the same with Yorkshire, though. Yorkshire, you know, if you're talking about county sides, it's always the battle between Lancashire and Yorkshire, or it used to be in the past. It's a bit different now.
100.
Oh, that's bulldozing there from Carl. The sheer force of that third dart was frightening. And that department, there's been nothing wrong with that tonight.
96.
It's taken him 4 legs to get a maximum in this game. And he had 4 maximums in his first game.
100.
This is the first time we've seen Sneyd in front of fans on a Saturday night. And this is where we learn
100.
what someone's stage persona could be. Do you stay cool? Do you start showing your emotions a bit more? How do you cope with it?
135.
And based on the last couple of legs, I'd say Carl's coping pretty well.
Great darts there. And he's now got a chance to bring it level.
Double 10 is a must.
30.
Is he going to pay the price for those misses?
Bram, you require 74.
So Bram on 74. So single 20 for the tops. And takes it.
Fourth flag, Bram van Dijk. Ladies and gents, can we please make sure we're not calling out whilst the players are at the hockey, please?
There he is again, blowing on his
flag,
hand.
It's Bram to throw
And
first.
after that 74,
Game
which is
on.
probably one of the most impressive shots of the night, his expression has not changed.
90.
He needs 1 leg. Carl needs 3 straight. How many times do we say it on a Saturday night? Winning Group A on a Wednesday is
60.
never a guarantee of success. In series number 8, the amount of success we had from people playing in Group C was inordinate.
59.
And the first person into the semi-finals tonight came from Group C. And
97.
we know that Andy Hamilton is in Group semi-finals tonight. He was in Group C as well.
100.
Oh, yeah. You don't see 180s much better than that.
Nicely grouped they were. Is there another one here?
108.
That's a great reply.
I think Bram might be favourite for this leg just marginally, but maybe after that he isn't.
40.
Is that a little bit of good fortune that Sneyd needs?
He's to pressure this.
40. Bram, you require 132.
He'll be frustrated with that. Still, a 1-3-2 now for Bram. Start on the ball.
Carla's been given
87.
a get-out-of-jail-free
Charlie
card.
require 124.
But you don't just turn the card over. You've got to convert 3 darts. And he's not going to do it. He now has to survive.
98. Bram, you require 45.
Elimination darts. For Bram, these are progression darts.
Game shot and the match. Bram van Dijk.
Bram's in the semi-finals and he wins the shootout. Carl's made progress this week by making Saturday night and winning Group A, and he should be very proud of that. But on this occasion, Sneyd is not going to make the semi-finals. That young man has. That was a decent performance. Averaged 84.17 with a maximum, but it was the doubling that got him across the line. 4 out of 5 means that Bram van Dijk can say, "Wham, Bram, thank you, ma'am. I'm in the semis."
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. Angry Ginge! We're on a bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello!
It's the big favourites.
Goes
2-0. But it doesn't. The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a very good throw. With a 20. Tops the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and darts for fun!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Bram van Dijk book his place through to the semi-final, deposing of Carl Sneyd to book his passage into the Final Four. Both Andy Hamilton and John O'Shea will also be there. This match will determine who tops Group 2, and it's going to be watched in the company of Trina Gulliver and Paul Nicholson.
Sneyd, unfortunately, he is gone. So he goes into the dust of week number 3 here in Series 9. And it's a long way back to Lancashire. However, these two can cherish the fact that they are in the semi-finals with a game to spare. But whoever wins this one,
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
they will have the darts in the semi-finals. So these are the permutations, if you will. Whoever wins this game will play in semi-final 2 against Bram van Dijk. If you lose, you will go into the first semi-final against the throw, playing Jack Tweddle.
137.
So it's not as if this is a dead rubber. There are big benefits to winning this game.
80.
I think this will be a good game. Going on the performances before.
Yeah, what we saw from John in game 2, almost a 97 average.
93.
4 out of 5 on the doubles. Performance of the night. And there may just be more in the tank.
123.
He's been the closest to getting the biggest title that we can offer here at the Modus Super Series, because he's been to a Champions Week. When he lost to Scott Taylor in Series 6, Week 12, not every person could play in that Champions Week, and John O'Shea could. He was tagged in, and he made a very good account of himself.
95.
Oh, that was
Andy
cracking
require
darts there
100.
from Andy. Leaving 100 finish. So is he going to go 2 double tops? Tries it.
60.
Well, it's a somewhat speculative first start at double top. He doesn't mind getting the single, because then he can just lay up for tops with his next visit.
And he has time in this leg as well.
57. Andy, you require 40.
Not as much pressure on this shot as his light.
Game
Takes
time
it.
of first leg. Andy Hamilton.
He's looking pretty useful, isn't he? Averaging over 90 in his first game with a ton plus checkout and a
Second
couple of
leg,
maximums.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
That's a 13 darter. And when Andy was in a final in Series 3, he lost in week 1
99.
to John Worsley. And I know that defeat hurt. He desperately wants to be coming back here before Christmas. Because if you're here in early December
96.
and you can win that Champions Week, you will be the Series 9 champion and the last champion of the year. And that carries
100.
something with it. Because darts is all about December and a bit of January.
Yeah, it's turned around a bit now, hasn't it? But yeah, the dates have changed a little, but yeah, it's all around Christmas.
71.
And just imagine if you bank that £25,000 and you get your mitts on that trophy. Imagine how nice Christmas would be.
162.
That's a great shot there from John.
Now, where have we seen this before? 162 to leave 140. 2 of the most famous shots in the history of the PDC World Championship
90.
have started with a 162 to leave 140. And he went the Rob Cross route.
Well, he was hitting it previously, so he probably thought, well, I'll give it another go.
He's actually really good friends with Rob Cross as well.
43.
Because John O'Shea has lost a little bit of timber, I wonder if that's why he's in a different shirt this week. Because his old ones don't fit anymore.
Possibly.
45. John, you require...
And if John wins tonight, he'll want to get some new ones made.
He'll have them on order, I bet.
This time, it's John who lays up for
57.
tops. And it says to me that this is a very fair fight. When they've had success in their careers, they've never been shy to tell you how they feel.
96. John, you require 40. Game shot on a second leg.
John takes
O'Shea.
that then. So going with the darts with the throw at the moment.
Third
Andy.
leg, it's Andy to throw first.
That's a picture of concentration, seeing those two guys up there before the start of leg 3. This is not their first rodeo. And when you've been playing as long as these guys have,
93.
you have certain presets about what you do at the start of legs, sometimes at the end of legs. But there's a mindset
60.
that you cultivate over the course of time that you just switch on when you're in the heat of battle.
Yeah, you kind of like get into your own routine, if you like, but you're subconscious to it. It's just something that you naturally do because you do it so often. It's just a natural thing to you.
On one of John's previous shirts,
6.
there is a question. It says, "Why so serious?" Well, there's a title on the line. There's a fair bit of money on the line. And the biggest thing, the opportunity to make more money.
38.
And to have the ideal ending to a season, leading into whatever they want to do for next year, because it's entirely their choice. They could stay at this level. They could come back to Portsmouth for more. Or they might want to go back to the PDC circuit. And look what was on the left hand there as well. He's actually got it tattooed on his left hand, that question. You don't see many dart players without a tattoo these days.
That's true.
83.
That is true. It seems to be a bit of a trend again now. I have a couple, but they're not.
100.
They're not visible. I shan't be showing them.
Some things are better left unsaid.
Exactly.
Oh, this is wonderful. Surely a max.
100.
And the only reason it wasn't because that right shoulder was engaged at the end of that visit. And that happens when the dart comes out of the hand just a little late. This one is very
Andy, you
finely
require
poised.
103.
But it's Hamilton who can take the lead. Interesting play on the first dart. Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Very, very useful. Plenty of smiles in Team Hammer.
Fourth leg. It's John to throw first.
Well, considering he's called the Hammer, you might as well call him Handy Andy. He was a contestant on Big Brother, wasn't he? The guy that called himself
Yes,
Handy
he
Andy?
was. He was. He did a DIY show for some time, I think.
He did indeed. He's from Liverpool. Who's going to make their move in leg 4? If Hamilton does,
108.
with more of that,
Great start.
it may just be him breaking the throw. And in the course of week 3,
58.
we have seen a 9-darter from someone called Whitlock. And the father of that Whitlock hit it against Andy Hamilton in the Premier League.
41.
I think he heard you then.
Yeah, I think there are certain topics that Andy wouldn't want us to bring up. That 9-darter.
100.
Maybe the UK Open final that he lost. The Grand Slam final. But how about the things that he's done? He's been one of the hardest working dart players of the last 2 decades. Through the ups and downs, he's one of the most avid practicers
140.
that I can recall. But as he gets older, I think he's just started to realise, Trina, that Andy Hamilton is no longer with us.
100.
You've got to be smarter as you get older. You can't put in the same sort of work that he used to.
140.
He has in the past utilised the small 20. And I think that's a really gutsy and smart play. 2 double tops.
65.
And on this occasion, John O'Shea might get bitten.
40.
So this for the break. Double 10. He takes it.
Fourth flag, Andy Hamilton.
So there's a break there from Andy.
Just how satisfying is it,
Fifth
Trina,
flag,
when you
it's
hit a
Andy
double
to
10
throw
that
first.
central? I mean, they all count
on.
when you hit them, but that was so in the middle.
It's like hitting the bullseye, isn't it?
Yeah.
Smack bang in the middle. It's like that perfect dart.
You don't mind hitting doubles in the corner, like he did against James Hubbard this week, hitting a 148, right in the bottom left corner of that double 14.
58.
But they do feel sweeter when you hit the middle.
That is true, but like you say, wherever it is in that bed, as long as it's in that bed.
140.
You'd rather throw a bad dart and it go in than a good dart that doesn't. Hard to believe it's over 10, well, it's nearly 13 years
43.
since he was in a world final with Adrian Lewis. And Stoke was definitely on the map that day.
I was talking to Andy a while back, and he's saying how much he's enjoying his darts again now. And I think that's, you can tell he is. You can tell he is.
How much has World Seniors got to do with that, do you think?
90.
Well, I think, like I've said before, it's given us another opportunity, another place to perform and play. And, it's given us a bit more longevity than, if you like.
45.
And is it something to do also with being in a room constantly with people that you know and have battled against before, and
Yeah, and
they're
you've
not
kind
just
of like grown up with.
a little bit of familiarity,
Yeah,
maybe?
absolutely.
Whereas if you play on the Pro Tour these days, you got these young whippersnappers walking in saying, I don't care if you're Andy Hamilton, I'm going to beat you. Maybe there's just a little bit more inherent respect when it comes to the over 50s.
Yeah. I think that could be the answer.
100.
Well, one thing's for sure, we have a 20-year-old in the semi-finals. And whoever wins this game is going to take on the whippersnapper of Saturday night, Bram van Dijk.
83. John, you require 116.
Now, this is to press pause on Andy's effort to win this group. Double top. Just the once.
Game shot of fifth
Nothing wrong with that.
Finish there. So breaks him back.
Sixth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
When John O'Shea won that World Masters in 2019 at the Circus Tavern, his celebrations and his passion went off the scale.
28.
It's almost as if someone had unleashed John O'Shea to the world for a period of 3 days. And Irish darts has never had a better 3 days. Because he won the men's title, Keane Barry won the boys, and they also won the girls. Now look at that, 200 180s for the week. That's not a bad tally. But today has been a really good day for the Irish as well, with Robin Byrne winning the women's singles at the Europe Cup. That is a huge victory for her after taking out Katie Sheldon in the semi-finals. Robin Byrne beat Noelyn van Leuven in the final.
96.
He did have someone in the men's final as well. So it's been a really good day for Ireland.
60.
If John wins tonight, it will be an even better day for Irish darts.
Well,
Andy had options on that last dart. Some people might have gone for the bullseye.
Yeah.
To try and trim the 5 off.
Yes. I was surprised that he went for that, but it paid off for him. So
Andy, you require 85.
This is now to win the group and to get a game off. Won't go 20 bull. He's got the treble he wanted. 888 to be in semi-final 2 with the darts.
77.
Not yet.
He's got plenty of time in this leg.
57. Andy, you require 8.
All is not lost for John O'Shea. But he might lose this match. A little smile from Hamilton.
4.
Because maybe he knew, even if I miss this, I am coming back. But you don't want to dawdle too much, Andy.
100.
Because look who's in your rear view mirror now.
4.
So 2-2 for Andy Hamilton to go through. 1-1.
Game shot.
He's not feeling that mad because he's won Group 2. And Andy Hamilton is going to get a game off. He's going to play against Bram van Dijk in the second semi here in the Saturday finals as we hear that quintessential roar from Andy Hamilton. Will that roar be louder later? John O'Shea will have a break, but it won't be very long because he's going to take on Jack Tweddle against the throw in the first semi-final of week 3.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. What a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg on 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Beer contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group stage action on this Saturday evening has been complete, and every single dart has been watched by the asset Paul Nicholson in the commentary box. This is what we've seen so far. Jack Tweddle, well, he went through in little no fuss at all. 4-2 and 4-1 his victories in Group 1. Bram van Dijk joined him with a 4-1 success against Carl Sneyd. As far as Group 2 was concerned, John O'Shea and Andy Hamilton getting the better of David Wawrzewski. Was he only getting the solitary leg was Andy Hamilton winning that shootout before the break against John O'Shea by 4 legs to 2. As I say, the asset is alongside. Let's go in chronological order. We'll go with Group 1 first and talk about Group 2 second. And begin with Jack Tweddle, the debutant who just continues to deliver on this stage.
He's delivered enough tonight to win Group 1, which is exactly what the job is. Will he be happy with his level of performance? He'll be happy that it's got him through the group, let's put it that way. But we know there's more to give. So that's what's encouraging for Jack moving forward, because we know there's 1, 2, possibly 3 more gears to find. If he finds them, everybody's going to struggle against him. But what he did well against Sneyd earlier on is he got a really good start. And when he played against Van Dijk, he had a really good start. And that's what you have to do in this format. If you can get good starts, you can protect leads and give yourself the chance of these big wins. And that's exactly what he's done. And
it's felt like with every debutant we have here at the Super Series, we ask various questions about them. And every single examination they've had, or he's managed to pass with flying colours.
So far. And if he passes 2 more exams, he's going to be coming back before Christmas. And as far as debut campaigns are concerned, it's pretty flawless at this point. He understands that you don't have to win Group C to get your way through to Saturday night. Andy Hamilton knows that too, because they're both in the semi-finals. But when it comes to Saturday, that extra urgency, that extra pep that you need, he's finding it. Just about. But I wonder, with the other people in the crowd with him, has he got another gear to find? If he does, he's got a great chance.
Bram van Dijk, the other player to make it through Group 1. It's interesting hearing from Trina when we were talking about that game against Carl Sneyd. And one thing she was talking about is Bram van Dijk's composure. When you think about the fact he's only 20 years of age, relatively inexperienced when it comes to environments like this, he plays almost beyond his years to a certain extent.
Oh, he does. And when Trina says something like that, you listen. Mm-hmm. Because this young man has got about as many emotions as a chess piece. And I know I say that similarly quite a lot, but it's very apt. He goes up there calm on the outside. He might be feeling slightly different on the inside, but the way he projects himself is flawless. And the ability to be in a shootout game and come through it against the Group A winner, I think he executed that plan perfectly.
So that's Group 1. Group 2 was won by Andy Hamilton. He got the better of John O'Shea before the break, and that winner takes all in terms of winning that particular group is concerned. Playing with a smile on his face and playing with a bit of intensity as well.
The intensity is measured, whereas sometimes in Andy's career, he has been given the stigmatism of maybe too much intensity early in games, especially long format matches. And when it comes to the end, he just runs out of steam. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he didn't win a Grand Slam, a UK Open, or other titles, or even a world title. What he's learned is that, especially from coming here so many times, you have to measure that intensity. And what he's done is shown enough of it in his first 2 games, but he's made sure that he's got enough for the next 2 potentially.
As for John O'Shea, he got out the tracks very quickly against Dijk. There's not really much he could have done tonight if you look at that group.
No, I don't think so. John's performance against Wawrzewski was the best one we've seen tonight. Now it's just a question of whether John can find another performance like that, because he might need one. But that was a flawless display against Wawrzewski. Almost a 97 average. The doubles were great. And yes, he didn't win against Hamilton, but that's the game he can afford to lose. He didn't want to, but now that he has, you put it in the memory bank and you say, right, if he gets through to the final and I get another crack at him, I'll make the result different.
So those are the 4 semi-finals. We'll park tonight's action for now and look ahead to next week, week 4. Earlier on this afternoon, we found out that Andy Davison's going to be withdrawing from the competition. He has sent us a statement which reads as follows. Unfortunately, due to extreme pain, I will be unable to take part in Series 9, Week 4 of the Modus Super Series. I have a condition called trigeminal neuralgia, which causes a sharp pain around my jawline. I feel whilst in this type of pain, I would be unable to do myself justice, and my invite would be better off going to someone who at this moment in time would be able to compete to the best of their ability. I apologise to all those who have supported me over the last few months and hope to be back on the Modus Super Series stage when I am ready to do so. Tom Lonsdale is going to be the player that replaces Andy in the field from Monday morning. I just want to touch upon that statement because we've spoken about injuries, haven't we, in the past, and about players, whether they've played on with it or whether they haven't. And reading Andy's statement and hearing from Andy today, actually it's quite a cordial thing, the fact that he doesn't want to come here with the integrity of the competition as well in mind and not play his 100% best, and that actually the invitation is better off going to somebody else.
Yeah, that statement tells us two things. One, he understands that he can't play to the best of his ability, so he's not going to come here and suffer. That's actually the hard decision to make, because I've seen Premier League players play entire seasons with injury, and at the end of it, things are worse. So Andy's done exactly the right thing. And it just goes to show the humility that he has, that he's able to step back and understand that this condition, I don't know the ins and outs of what he has, but he knows. Just like some great entertainers, like Lady Gaga's got a condition that she had to step back from show business for a while. Sports stars have had to take steps back to make sure that they're right for the future. If he maintained stubbornness and decided to play, things could be worse. So the best thing is to stop, get the right advice, come back later, and with open arms, we want to see Andy back.
So with that in mind, this is the updated and revised list of players for next week. Tom Lonsdale, as I mentioned, is going to come in for Andy Davidson. Dan Asprey also joins us for a second appearance as well. John Worsley, another week career. Stephen Johnson is actually in the crowd this evening, will also be in Group A alongside Kai Gottard and Jim Meyer. Group C sees Chris Quantock, Gillian McCormack return alongside Joe Croft. Group B, Adam Lipscomb, Shane McGurk and Sean McDonald. First time we've got your thoughts on next week, and you're going to be with us next week as well as to the lineup for week 4. Again, it feels like another week that's open for interpretation.
Yeah, there's a lot to chew on there. I mean, you got Kai Gotthardt for the very first time. He's a big presence, and he's played some great darts on the Pro Tour this year as an invited player. Some good stuff, Challenge Tour-wise, and domestically in Germany. And there are so many other names throughout the course of week 4 that we can talk about. We haven't seen Sean McDonald in a while. It'll be interesting to see what he brings. Dan Asprey, though, the last time he was here, won Group A. So it'll be fascinating to see what one of Shropshire's best dart players can bring back to the Super Series. Last time he was here on a Saturday night, he was a handful. So everybody watch out for Dan.
9:30 on Monday morning, the action gets underway on the Super Series YouTube channel. But back to the pressing issues of tonight and the semi-finals that are about to get underway. And we're going to see Jack Tweddle and John O'Shea go toe-to-toe in the first semi-final. Interesting for John, he played the last game against Andy, lost it. Short turnover time. How do you think he's going to react to that?
If you play on the Pro Tour like he has done for the last couple of years, and with all of his experience, what people need to understand is that when you win a match, now, albeit he hasn't won his last match, I'm just trying to give you some sort of an indication as to what a dart player would do. When you win a match, your board official will walk up to you and say, "You've got 5 to 10 minutes, John. You've got to use that 5 to 10 minutes to the best of your ability." And he'll think this is just another day at the office. Yes, he lost to Hamilton, but he was already through in his own mind. 5 to 10 minutes, absolutely fine. It doesn't really become an issue for someone of his experience.
Should be a very interesting semi-finals, sure. Paul, thank you very much for your company for now. It's time for the semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it kicks off with the debutant Jack Tweddle in action. He takes on John O'Shea.
Oh. Tweddle averages 107 plus on debut.
Special player. And Jack Tweddle gets the better of Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 0. In the last leg, he hit a max to change the complexion of proceedings. Jack Tweddle gets a max dart at tops to finish off with a 118. Down for double free. And this is the stuff of debut dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's week 3 of the Modus Super Series, and it's time for our first semi-final. Introducing first an ADC qualifier, it's Jack Tweddle! And his opponent, he is the 2019 World Master. It's the Joker, John O'Shea!
John O'Shea's already been into a final here at the Super Series, whilst for Jack Tweddle, he's hoping that his debut week sees him there. They go toe-to-toe in the first semi-final of Saturday night's proceedings here of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it's all going to be watched in the company of Trina Gulliver and Paul Nicholson.
Laurie, permission to get excited, sir. Because now we have knockout darts for the rest of the night. 3 games of best of 7 will now determine who joins Darius Labanauskas and Andreas Harrison in Champions Week. John O'Shea has been to Champions Week before. He'd love to come back as a winner this time. And there are 4 players left, meaning that somebody is about to have their future changed.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
You never forget your first win, Trina, isn't that right?
Absolutely.
And your first win at the Modus Super Series, it can elevate you to something else. I remember watching Adam Mould coming here at the start of last year and beating
121.
someone in the final, and that changed his life. Ever since then, all he's done is play darts off the back of what can only be considered a bit of an upset win. If O'Shea or Hamilton win tonight, it won't be an upset, but it will set the path for the rest of their season and possibly the next 18 months.
140.
You're saying about Adam Mould, you know, he's a lot to do with the ADC now, and that, so, you know, like you say, he plays all the time.
45.
Jack Tweddle has got so much support in here. It's almost as if half of Swindon have come down to Portsmouth. It's not the farthest journey. But they're making their presence felt. And I'm looking down at everybody in the Swindon section of the Live Lounge. And the nerves 42. Are shredded. Double 16.
10.
It's a chance for O'Shea. He's going to have to break Tweddle at some point. The shot was on after dart 1. That was a really good line for that dart. It 85. Just ran out of steam.
Jack, you require 32.
So 32 now for Jack, and he takes it. Takes the first leg.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
I wonder what else we're going to see in this series. There are some people who are getting addicted
95.
To winning here. People like Steve West, Jimmy Van Schie. People who want to set records.
81.
And there are others who are yet to taste success. They just want to be better than they have been before. John O'Shea has been to a final on a Saturday night. He lost to the eventual champion of Series 6. So there's no shame in losing that Week 12 final.
40.
But it must have stoked the fire to go one better.
But it just shows you as well that, you know, every player wants to be here. It's a great platform. And they want to come back time and time again. And that's some great darts there from John. Leaving a 132.
100. John, you require.
If he wanted to leave a finish with a more cautious dart, he would have gone for the bullseye with the last shot. But he was feeling particularly aggressive on that third dart, and the benefit of finding that 60 is that now he can find a ton to leave a double, but the bad thing is he can barely see the 60.
60.
I can smell trouble.
125.
He didn't complete his throw.
No, he snatched that last dart.
72.
Double 6 for O'Shea. Basement.
Game shot on second leg. John O'Shea.
Just a little bit of a muted celebration there from the Joker. Maybe reserving what he needs for when he really, really needs it.
I find it can drain you sometimes if you
83.
over-exaggerate and over-exert yourself in celebration. I think it can drain you.
96.
Speaking from experience, I would say that it does. And it must be measured. You can easily get too carried away.
140.
And then come the end of a match, or the end of a night, you hit the wall. And you don't want that to happen.
I think it can affect you even like during the game or for the next leg. That's my experience anyway, you know. I certainly have done it on a couple of occasions. Very rare I do that. And that's why, because it drains me.
Because that adrenaline spike that can happen with a big moment, physiologically, it does take
65.
a matter of minutes for you to come back to any sort of normality. And that zone that you've been in, it might take you 5-10 minutes to find it again.
130.
What we're seeing from Jack tonight, and throughout the course of the week, he's just a little bit shuffly on the stage,
43.
but he's not
Jack, you
exuding
require
any
52.
volume or any aggression. He's just playing the game.
42.
He may still be winning, but he didn't want to leave himself on double five.
He's got time. In saying that, that's great darts there from John, putting the pressure right
Jack,
on.
You require 10.
It's a good lie. Bounce off the barrel.
No score.
That's
John,
tight.
you require 6.
Wow. I, like Trina, thought that second dart was a really good cushion. Double 10. The double that he mastered in 2019 at the Tavern. He had it on the end of a string, and it's come up trumps again to get that vital break.
4 flag. It's John to throw first. Game on.
Judging by the way the Irish dart players hang around each other and constantly give each other the encouragement that they need,
133.
I would be astonished if John O'Shea is not somewhat motivated by what Robin Byrne did earlier today.
180.
He is a man of inspiration, and he's going to need every single bit of it if Jack Tweddle keeps doing that.
95. $100.
Always a good score after a maximum. A maximum is only such if you can back it up with a decent score, as they say.
95.
But John is one tough nut to crack.
85.
Didn't follow through again on his last dart there.
It's happening a lot. And the pressure of this situation might be accentuating what's happening
98.
technically.
Jack, you require
It happens a lot
136.
to slightly inexperienced players. However, the shot was on, and that first dart could not have been any better.
John, you require 80.
He leaves it nice. If John don't get this double 10, that's a big 15. Be kicking himself now.
That reaction
Looking
is
to the
comic book
gods.
worthy. I would love to know what he was thinking right there. I'm not sure it will be broadcastable.
78. Jack, you require 16.
He did put the pressure on,
Game shot on a 4
and the
flag.
break back is
Jack
immediate
12.
with a 13 darter as well.
Fifth flag. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
It has been a very interesting night from another point of view as well. Not one game has gone the distance tonight. We've had every other result possible. 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, but nothing has gone the distance.
180.
Now that's a nice start to the leg against the darts for John.
57.
I've just done a double take, Trina. I didn't realise that's only the second maximum of this match. It feels like there's been more. Probably because John O'Shea actually had a 170 plus score as well. But as far as semi-finals go, it's pretty useful.
140.
This quality is constant.
Jack, you require 164.
John O'Shea needs Jack Tweddle not to get 164 in 6 darts.
100.
And he must get 178 in 2 visits if he wants to take the lead 3-2.
140. Jack,
This
you
is
require
probably
64.
the biggest shot of Jack's week.
48.
And they missed by a little bit of a
John, you
distance as
require
well.
38.
Does John O'Shea pounce? Double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg. John O'Shea.
There's the first sign of the Joker. John O'Shea wasn't celebrating that shot. The Joker was.
6th leg. It's John.
Here's
to
the
throw
alter ego
first.
about to come out.
Game on.
3 consecutive breaks of throw. John O'Shea is definitely the favourite now.
136.
And after everything we spoke about, Trina, with the adrenaline surges and trying to get back to a normal state of focus,
97.
we both know that John can play at that heightened level of adrenaline constantly. And maybe that's why, at this stage of the game, he's trying to push it a little bit.
Could well
59.
be, yeah. There's a little punch, wasn't there, of the air?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on the end of that punch.
No, it was rather sharp.
78.
A little right hook like that would floor most people.
I feel winded just looking at it.
60.
Jack's got to get moving. This game
45.
is getting away from him. And John O'Shea has got to take advantage of that. He does not want to go to a last leg decider.
93.
He wants it done in 6 legs.
$95.
It's not enough.
John, you
O'Shea's
require
now got 2 visits
153.
to be a finalist again.
Poor first start, though. Recovers with a
78.
treble 18 there.
And when you're sitting on 75 with 3 darts in hand, the first thought for a dart player is,
140.
I'm going to get a match
John, you
dart.
require 75.
He's not going to get one.
35.
And Jack
You require
might take us the
46.
distance for the first time tonight. Tops.
Game shot on a 6th leg. Jack Tweddle.
Takes his chances there, Jack.
7th and final leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Rod Harrington never did get a T-shirt made in his honour. But if he did, it would say,
100.
don't miss the big number. And John missed that 18 by an inch. He was nowhere near the middle.
100.
Cost him the leg.
Might cost him the week.
100.
But what does this say about Tweddle? He was under pressure to hit that 46. He did. Now he's starting this leg
81.
very valiantly.
It's given him that little bit of a boost. That little bit of confidence, that little bit to
80.
push him that little bit further.
He's dragging the darts a little bit left every now and again, but he's got the Joker just where he wants him.
60.
And we said earlier, O'Shea's all in black looking like Batman. Well, the Dark Knight in this
135.
game might be the dark horse of the series, because Tweddle, remember, was the favourite for
85.
tonight. And look what he's left
Jack,
again.
You require 46.
Double top again.
Game shot and the match. Jack Tweddle.
Jack Tweddle is a finalist, and John O'Shea is not going to be in another final, not this time. John O'Shea's had a brilliant week. But unfortunately for the Irishman, he does not make the final match on this occasion. Jack Tweddle was the favourite before a dart was thrown tonight. He may just be the favourite as we go into the final as well. Who's he going to play against? Is it going to be Bram van Dijk or Andy Hamilton?
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jack Tweddle secured his place into the final on debut, getting the better of John O'Shea by 4 legs to 3. O'Shea missing the big number to give himself an opportunity at the double. Tweddle then did the business. He'd then go on to win the final leg and win his place into the final on debut. What a run it has been for the 29-year-old from Swindon, who will take on either Andy Hamilton, the former World Championship finalist, or Bram van Dijk, who's making his second appearance here and is having a dream run here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, second time around. These two, of course, they met in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. Bram van Dijk finished third in that group, whilst Andy Hamilton finished bottom of it. But it feels like fortunes have reversed as we've gone into the second half of the week, and the Hammer is looking for a place in a second weekly final.
Hammer time!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It is time for our second semi-final of the evening. Introducing first, he is the Hammer, Andy Hamilton! And his opponent, he is a qualifier from the ADC Europe. It's Bram van Dijk!
Dijk walks onto the stage, being followed by a very proud father who has been here since Monday morning. But his assignment is against one of the senior players in the sport, Andy Hamilton, a Champion of Champions finalist in the World Seniors in 2024. And he's looking to add a Modus Super Series title to his resume. It is youth against experience in our second semi-final in the company of Trina Gulliver and Paul Nicholson.
I like that phrase, Henry. Youth against experience. We're seeing it more than ever in this wonderful, weird world of darts. It could be a 15-year-old against a 72-year-old, or they could meet in the middle at somewhere around about 45 to 50. But right now, it's a youth player versus a senior player. And we always say the Modus Super Series is where worlds collide. On this occasion, who wins? Experience or youth? Whoever does will take on Jack Tweddle in the final. It's been a really interesting evening, Trina.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Where are you pitching your tent on this one? Is it Hamilton or is it Van Dijk?
Going on the last performance of Andy, I think the experience will take him through on this. And he's starting off well.
140.
Judging by that facial expression at the start of this match, I think he's ready to find that next level of intensity.
100.
He may have conserved the amount of intensity that he needs for this stage of a night because he's been to a final before, he's been to semi-finals before. He will want to put this right tonight.
140.
He'll want to get into Champions Week with Labanauskas and Harrison. And if he does,
100.
this series, it will be a quarter of the way done with three players who are very well seasoned.
Well, he certainly made a very good start.
140.
He puts in another 140.
Yeah, that's three in a row, putting Van Dijk on the back foot.
47. Andy, you require 81.
I don't mean to make Andy Hamilton seem old.
But he is. Oh, sorry.
But when Bram was born, Andy had the World
49.
Championship in his sights. Around 20 years ago. Just imagine if you're growing up, you're 5, 6 years of age,
58.
watching Andy Hamilton making
Andy, you require 32.
finals and world finals. Oh, one day I'd love to play against him. It's happening. But he's losing.
On the first leg, Andy Hamilton.
That's intention from Hammer.
13 darter there.
Second leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
And just to give Andy a little bit more in the way of inspiration, because I think it's a big thing.
83.
By the way, we'll get back to that word inspiration in a second. For someone who wants to have another phase of his career, if you were to gauge him against Paul Lim, who's still winning ranking titles, by the way,
40.
Andy can play for another 20 years.
I think Paul's one of the exceptions, to be fair, but he is still playing some great darts.
96.
Yeah, Mongolian Open champion, I believe.
He's won many a title. I worked with him out in Japan quite a few years ago on the soft tip. And what a lovely gentleman. Had a great time out there with him.
64.
The most important thing, Trina, did he cook for you?
He didn't.
Well, that's a shame, because he's a very good cooker here.
Is he? He didn't tell me that bit.
Yeah, he's a qualified chef.
I
43.
copped out on that one.
Well, if Andy's going to cook up something, it's probably going to be some sort of fierce darting frenzy. And he might give you an oat cake at the end because he's from Stoke.
$85.
Finds a treble there with his last start.
I've been somewhat critical of Andy with that third dart every now and again. I think he throws it a bit
58.
quickly. He gets out of his own rhythm and just flows with it instead of staying with that metronomic backwards and forwards rhythm.
I think sometimes when he throws that last start quicker, it's a bit out of frustration.
I think that's very fair. Stays on rhythm there
140.
and reaps the rewards. Needs to switch. He can't stay up there anymore. Has to go 17s.
57.
And this game could get away from Bram really, really quickly if he plays like this. He's under no pressure. All the pressure in this semi-final is on Hamilton. But Bram's got to take advantage of that. Play loose, have fun,
57.
and see what happens.
Bram, you require 164.
Andy looking a bit frustrated there.
Well, Andy's given us the highest finishes of the night.
96. Andy, you require 114.
Aside from John O'Shea's 116, it's been Hamilton who's been getting the ton plus checkouts. Can he add something to his collection, I wonder? Not this time. And there's another one of those third darts.
Bram, you require
Just flung
68.
away. I wonder what he was going for there.
$52.
And because of that third
Andy,
dart,
you
this shot is a bit
require
harder. I presume his last start was going for double 18.
That was what I was thinking, I think. 48 left. Double 16 for the second leg.
36. Bram, you require 16.
Judging by that expression, he thought that was in. Especially when it left his hand. Double 4.
12. Andy, you require 32.
Well, we're not going to see a leg where double 4 is hit twice. Once by two different players.
Game shot on
It is a 2-0 lead for Hamilton. The level of play is not anywhere close to what we've seen from Hamilton tonight.
Third leg.
But you just get the feeling, Trina, that if he's pushed, there's more to give.
Yeah, I think you can get complacent if your opponent isn't putting you under any pressure. Then you tend to relax a little bit, and it's not the thing to do because you shoot yourself in the foot.
And with the intensity that players like O'Shea and Hamilton have, sometimes in order
96.
for that fire to come out, that real roar that we heard, somewhat muted at the end of Game 6 from Hammer, they need fuel. You give them an opponent that plays completely silent,
58.
they almost have no excuse to show their true colours. But if Hamilton was playing someone like Kim Huybrechts right now, it would be a lot easier for him
100.
to blow up a little bit and create that adrenaline rush.
Yeah, it's there's two very similar characters in that way of showing expression when they play.
Coincidentally, that's who Andy Hamilton played in that quarter-final of the World Championship in 2012.
80.
Oh no, we got a Robin Hood alert. And I think that stem might have seen its last day.
He seems to be changing it. Doing a bit of
48.
alterations to his setup.
It's a good job it's not one of those sports where you get timed for your pit stops. And that's why you take spares. Last season we saw It might have even been earlier this season, Callan Rids, who snapped a point mid-game, didn't have a spare dart, ended the game with 2 darts.
81.
In fact, this week in Leicester, Raymond van Barneveld lost a point from one of his darts in his first 3 darts of a match. And then he had to use a spare dart for the rest of the game.
140.
Always have spares. You can just imagine if Andy didn't have a spare stem up there. He might have had to finish this game with a defective stem. That's amazing. Great timing for that maximum.
Bram, you require 117.
Now, Bram really needs to take this out now. Starts off well. Tops.
97.
Oh, that's unlucky. That deflects off the darts.
you
Nearly hits a
require
treble
16.
again. Treble 20.
Well, that's the difficult thing about that shot for someone with that angle of attack. You always run the risk of running into your own equipment. For 3-0.
Game shot on the
Relentless
third
from
leg,
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton.
It may not be his best stuff, but it's good enough. And as I always say,
Fourth leg,
good
it's
enough
Bram to throw
is
first.
always good enough.
Game on. $60.
He's got a mean look in his eye as this man. And he's got a score to settle. But there's a little smile there again. He genuinely is enjoying this.
You can see it all over his face, can't you?
Darts can be fun, as well as excruciatingly painful at times.
100.
Be a lonely place up there when things are going wrong.
Oh yeah, us dart players, we know about that loneliness up there. There's nobody going to help you. You can only help yourself.
43.
Unfortunately for Bram, it just hasn't happened in this game. Only the 140.
100.
And when you're playing someone of Andy's capabilities right now and his experience, that 2 treble department has got to cooperate. Every time Bram looks up, that first start of Hamilton has been so key.
140.
It's a great shot there. Bram coming right back with the 180 there.
See.
He's not been great in the 140 department, so why not get something better? He's had 5 darts at a double in this match, the young Dutchman. He's hit none of them.
95. Bram, you require
He's only had
61.
1 fewer dart at a double than the person who is 3-0 up. And when you're losing like 3-0, you tend to hit bullseyes like that. Double 4.
57.
This is now a match opportunity for Hamilton
83.
to make a final once again. This time he doesn't miss the big number. He made sure of it. Bullseye.
58.
Casts a shadow over the bullseye.
Bram, you require 4.
And Bram is still in there, but only just.
Game shot on a 4th leg. Bram van Dijk.
Somewhat muted applause for the young man on the stage who has still got a chance, but he has
5th
to win
leg,
another
it's
3 in a
Andy to
row.
throw first. Game on.
Plenty of support for all of the players here tonight, which has been really, really good to see. A nice smattering of fans from all over this part of Europe.
108.
But that's experience right there.
See.
You miss 1 shot for the match, you've got the darts in the next leg, and you go bang, just like that.
That is experience for you.
134.
That's a good reply there from Bram as well.
It's an interesting name, Bram. I've never met anybody called Bram before.
58.
But it does roll off the tongue very well, doesn't it?
96.
He is one of hundreds of really good young Dutch dart players trying to be part of the next generation. You had the Barneveld era. You've got the Van Gerwen era. Who will be the next era of Dutch darts? It could be one of hundreds of them. It may just be Bram. This could be the start of something here today.
That's brilliant darts there.
71.
Giving himself a chance here.
The way he throws and the relaxed nature that he has on the stage.
It's lovely to watch.
It's like no other Dutch dart player I've ever seen.
58. Bram, you require
So smooth.
100. $60.
Oh, was that just a
Andy, you
layup?
require 150.
Earlier in the week, Andy Hamilton missed a bullseye for 3 in a row to take this checkout. Now is not the time for that. But he can still take the shot. And notice how he wasn't even tempted
Bram, you
by the 3
require
bulls.
40.
There's a certain place and time for shots like 3 bulls.
Game shot of 5th leg. Bram
But
Van
Bram
Dijk.
Van Dijk is back into this match at 3-2 down. That's a break of throw. And that 13 darter could be a signal of intent.
6th leg. It's Bram to throw first.
He's certainly battling.
Game on. $100.
I think the way that Bram plays the game, I don't think it suits Hamilton whatsoever. It's like playing against a computer.
But then in the same sense, Andy's that little bit slower. And perhaps Bram would prefer to play against a slightly quicker player.
82.
He was definitely comfortable against Sneyd earlier today. 4 out of 5 on the doubles in that match. Well, there's the 1. And what is it we say when you hit a maximum and then your next score's not as good?
78.
Back to normal?
Back to normal. Or after the Lord's Mayor show.
It's not a bad back to normal shot, though. At least he's still got a big treble to keep that
99.
advantage in his corner. If he's setting himself a target here, he's thinking, get to 103. At least that way, it's 1 big treble, 1 single, and a double for the match. Can he get there?
140.
Does exactly what it says on the tin.
Well, if Andy Hamilton was a varnish, it would probably scream at you.
100. Andy, you require 103.
That would make for a very interesting decking. But Andy might be decking Bram right now. Ideal first. The 3rd will put him through.
87. Bram, you require 120.
This would be extraordinary. For a 3rd consecutive leg to take us all the way for the 2nd game in a row. Can he get past it? There was the option for 2 bulls, but he thought he could get past that dart.
60.
But he couldn't on this
Andy,
occasion.
You require 16.
And he's afforded Hamilton 1 visit at the outer ring to make another final.
Game shot. And
There's the roar.
Andy Hamilton.
And Hamilton will have a chance to be a champion at the Modus Super Series. More experience for Bram Van Dijk, who has a personal best run here on the south coast of England. I'm sure he will return via ADC Europe. Loads of experience this week. Thankful to the likes of Andy Hamilton, who now wants to have one victory in his corner, and now he has to think about what is next. What is next is Tweddle versus Hamilton.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final is almost upon us, and it is going to see Jack Tweddle in action up against Andy Hamilton. The asset, Paul Nicholson's been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we've seen. Tweddle getting the better of John O'Shea by 4 legs to 3 in the first semi-final, whilst before the break, Hamilton getting over the line against a spirited Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 2. So let's talk about those two semi-finals in the company of Nico. Let's begin with semi-final number 1 and about Jack Tweddle involved in the last leg decider against John O'Shea, a game which was filled with quality, twisted, turned, and when it mattered, Tweddle got over the line.
The thing that impressed me the most was that Tweddle was able to break straight back after being broken himself. And we're starting to learn where Jack is with his game right now. The last couple of days, he's done some really good stuff. But tonight, we're learning even more. When he's broken, he can break straight back. He can score when he needs to score. And when he's under pressure, he can hit the doubles when he needs to. But the thing that's impressed me the most is that throughout the night, he's had good starts. And I get the feeling he's going to need that in the final again. And it's easy to say that. But he's been able to use these starts to their full capacity. And he's winning in different ways, which tells me that he doesn't panic. And he's able to get over the line in different situations. That is a good sign for a dart player.
And how impressive is it to do that when the pressure is as high as it is here at the Super Series?
Well, don't ask me, because I've never played on a Saturday night. But I can say from different examples. But I can say that it is very hard when you want something really badly. That's why maybe Tweddle is the favourite for the final, because he hasn't really got the same scar tissue that Andy has. Andy's been to a final here before and has come up short. And there's a case potentially that Andy might want this more than Jack. Jack will feel like, this is Andy Hamilton. He's been at a world final. He's been in major finals. I'm expected to not win this. So he'll feel less pressure. And of course, Andy will maybe want it more because he's not got it previously.
Well, let's talk about Andy, because he raced away into a 3-0 lead against Bram van Dijk. Van Dijk threatened the comeback, brought it back to 3-2, but Andy was able just to hang on and get over the line eventually.
Experience sometimes can be a very good thing. And for someone who's as seasoned as Andy, I've heard from some of the guys on the senior circuit, and they say that when they play the younger generation, they don't want to lose to kids. They don't want to lose to these young upstarts. But the thing about Bram, everybody's taken to Bram this week. They love his demeanour, they love his focus, and they love his sportsmanship as well. And you saw at the end of that semi-final that Bram knows that this is just his apprenticeship of trying to become the dart player he wants to be. But Andy was using that experience to its full potential, and he was able to get over the line with a great start and a good finish.
Let's touch upon that point you made about Bram, because it's been a bit of a breakthrough week for him. I think that's fair to say. What lessons do you reckon he'll learn this time round, and where do you expect his game to be at maybe in the short-term future?
I think if we were to set him a target of maybe coming back here next year, I don't expect him to get a tour card. I think going for that would be a good thing to do, but going to the Challenge Tour and coming back here next year via the ADC Europe, I think that would be a great 2025 for him. But in a year, I'd like to think that he will be contending again. Constantly contending is something that you should do when you come here. But what he's going to learn from this week is, how did I feel when the pressure was up a little bit more? And if he understands that, uses it well moving forward, we've got a dart player.
Well, Bram van Dijk has been just one of the stars that we've seen in action this week. It has been an intriguing week, a week filled with milestones, and a week which saw the return of James Hubbard to the big stage here at the Live Lounge in Port. So he actually tweeted earlier on this evening, wishing the 6 players in action the very best of luck. He also said that he's back home now and already wanting to get back on the practice board. Said it didn't quite happen for him this week, but he felt there was signs it's coming back. And he ends that tweet by saying, on to the next one. It feels like James has got that bug back.
I'd like to think so. James technically is as good as he's ever been. And when he won that World Youth Final against Van Gerwen at the O2, that was an incredible performance. But after speaking to James yesterday, when the whole thing was over, we spoke about the discipline that is the Modus Super Series, and this is a completely different thing to the Challenge Tour and development tours and other things in World Darts, because it's a marathon format. You've got to play 5 games on a Thursday in his case, then 5 games on a Friday. The example I'm going to give you is, if you're at James's level where you're playing county darts, Super League darts, local league darts, and you qualify or get invited to something like this is very different to that. You've got to play 5 games. You don't just turn up, play 1 best of 7 and go home. This is a different discipline. And if you're in training for coming here by the end of the year, put in the hours or you'll get found out. And I think what James has discovered is that this is very, very difficult. If you're good, you can succeed. But if you're good and you've got an engine, you will succeed.
So James Hubbard back in action this week, and we're looking forward to seeing him again soon. But Mason Whitlock provided the 9-darter on Thursday night, and then he wired double 18 to do it again, and he did so in the same fashion with the same darts that his dad did 12 years ago.
I think they're almost the same construct of dart, because when Mason was here the last time, I don't think he was using a point this big, but if he'd hit that second 9-darter, my word, he would have had some bragging rights on his dad. But I think what he's learnt the most from this week is, I am capable of not just hitting a 9-darter, I am able to back it up again that night. But what he must try and figure out is how to make Saturday. That's his next mission.
Andy Hamilton came close to the 3 bullseyes, otherwise known as the perfect hat-trick here at the Live Lounge as well. It was in this game against Bradley, it was towards the end of the group. And to be fair, when you saw that first dart in there, and then you saw the space after dart 2, Bradley thought it was going, but not gone.
Well, the funny thing is, Bradley, I'm sure, wanted to see something like that happen. But if that first dart was thrown again, he wanted it in exactly the same spot. The second dart, however, is just a little low. He's almost closed off the southern hemisphere of the bullseye. If that had been a little bit higher and he just had maybe 2 millimeters to work with, he would have thrown that third dot really hard to try and get it in. I just think he ran out of room.
Well, that is the best of this week, but possibly the best is still to come because the final is about to get underway. It sees Jack Tweddle in action against Andy Hamilton. Tweddle's actually won the bullseye in the back room ahead of it. Let's talk about the final and in particular the dynamic of it, because you've got Jack Tweddle on debut. He's riding off the crest of a wave up against the experience of Andy Hamilton, but an Andy Hamilton who's tasted the heartache on this stage before as well.
Yeah, that is something we need to address, because when you've been close and you haven't done it, you've almost got to find a way to process that loss again and say, I'm not going to do the same things again. I want to see the other side of the coin. Jack hasn't got that emotional scarring from a previous time because this is his first Saturday night. With Andy's experience and his memory, if he was to get over the line tonight, I'd be even more impressed. But with Jack having the darts that we've just found out in this final and the way he's been starting, I can't go against the odds compilers. They thought that Jack was going to win tonight. And with what we've seen, if Andy doesn't get him early, he doesn't get him.
However, let me lay the argument the other way. Maybe give you the compassionate, the heartfelt argument, because Andy's been speaking all week about how he's playing with a smile on his face, how he's enjoying the game, perhaps as much now as he ever has done. How important is a happy darter in becoming a good darter?
You're such a romanticist, aren't you? You always want to have the story, and we do want stories. And Jack winning tonight would be a great thing. It would be the first person into Champions Week in Series 9 who has not done it before, because Labanauskas has won twice now. Harrison's won more than twice. But there is something about getting a new weekly winner, and it would be something extra special if it was someone like Andy who's done such great things.
Are you surprised that Andy hasn't won a week before?
Yeah, I am actually. But I'm also surprised that Robert Thornton hasn't won a Modus Super Series week and that Martin Adams hasn't. It's not easy. You don't turn up at the door on a Monday morning at 9:25 and they say, oh, there's your weekly win. It doesn't work that way. You've got to work really, really hard for it. Andy's been playing all week long, and he's going to have to do it the hard way. He's going to have to do it in game 29.
So here we go then. It's time for the final in week 3. It sees the dream debutant Jack Tweddle in action up against Andy Hamilton. His second final here at the Live Lounge. He had match darts to beat John Worsley in his previous one. He is looking to go one better. It's game on for the final time this week.
It's double five. And look at that. Is still the Modus and the series champion.
We know Harrison loves the ball.
He's going to need a treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
Can he do it?
Yes, he can. Marvin is the man. Champion. Marvin. He wins Super Series 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's time now for the Modus Super Series Week 3 final. Introducing first on his debut, an ADC qualifier, it's Jack Tweddle! And his opponent into his second final here at the Modus Super Series, a former World Championship finalist. He is the Hammer, Andy Hamilton!
So here we go then. The trophy is in the offing. It's up on offer for one of Jack Tweddle and Andy Hamilton. A first Champions Week appearance is at stake for one. And watching this one in the commentary box for the final time, it's time to say good evening to Trina Gulliver and Paul Nicholson.
Good evening, Henry, for the last
Hello
time.
there.
So, it's final time once again. And for the third time in Series 9, it's time to see who will be a weekly winner. And in the previous fortnight, we have seen Labanauskas win 4-3 against Bradley Brooks. Harrison of Sweden take out the Welshman Mike Warburton. They've all got something in common. They've all won weeks before, even the runners-up. These two haven't won a week yet, so things are about to change. Tweddle won the bullseye in the practice room and will throw first. We are still yet to see anybody win the bullseye downstairs for a final and give away the throw.
Thank you,
because
ladies
that's
and
just not
gentlemen.
what you do.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on!
That's what they want. Best of 7 legs. And as we go into the final, Trina,
100.
everybody who is watching on our YouTube channel should know that in the last couple of series, the first 2 weeks of said series, in the final, it's gone 4-3. In Series 9 and in Series 8.
140.
We have been treated in the last couple of series to some very tight finals pretty much all the time. Do you think this one's going to be tight?
75.
I do. I think this will be tight. They've both played very well tonight, so I think this will be a tight game.
My thought process was, if Hamilton's going to win this game, he's got to get into Jack early. He's got to stop his fast starts. What happens if he doesn't do that?
96.
Six darts down and 180 scored. He'd love to double down, but that's not going to happen.
140.
It's been a good finals night with some good quality darts. But I stress that the pace of this game,
140.
it might just bring out the best in them.
Well, they're not disappointing at the moment, are they? Jack on 90 after 12. That's a poor dart there from Andy.
85.
Throws
Jack
the last one, but
90.
fortunate to hit the treble 20 there.
Double 15.
60.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about.
96.
Tweddle's had the chance to start well again. If Andy can stop him, the game is different. Double 18 tops. Give it a good look.
56. Jack, you require 30.
Hits it with his third dart. So 30 now for Jack. Double 4.
22.
He's got to take
Andy,
them
you
chances.
require 40.
Leaves this open now for Andy.
This is such a good opportunity to get off to a leg-winning start.
Game shot at first leg. Andy Hamilton.
He's somewhat muted. I expected a little bit more. But maybe the volume is going to come from Team Hamilton as
Second
opposed to
leg,
Andy.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
When Hamilton was in his previous final, he lost to John Worsley. Just down the M4 motorway in Chepstow from Swindon.
$60.
Is there a possibility here, Trina, that Andy could want this too much?
You can always want something too much, and you know, putting that extra pressure on yourself.
31.
You know, you don't need it, but like you say, he might want it that little bit too much, and it may affect his darts. He seems to be pulling a little bit there, struggling.
89.
Like I said with Henry, this is match number 29 for the week. He was bottom of Group A on Wednesday.
100.
He's now in the final match. That is what we call in the Modus Super Series traders doing a Kieran Tian. Because the very first week we were here in Portsmouth, Tian was bottom of Group A on Wednesday. And he went on to win.
96.
Just shows you anything can happen. And it all depends on how your opponents play and how the rest of the gang get on.
95.
It's like down to real fine margins.
I think both players are starting to pull their darts left, and that is a sign of tension.
Tiredness, fatigue. Been a long week for them.
Yeah, these guys are going to sleep well tomorrow.
$100.
I could go down the religious route, and I could say that when a certain celestial being made the Modus Super Series on Monday and Tuesday and so on and so forth, on Sunday he created the day of rest. Because everybody at the Modus Super Series who plays here needs a day
Jackie
off.
requires 75.
But you have to earn that day off. Double 12.
Game Shana's second leg.
And he's put down in round 1, but in round 2 he gets up.
And breaks
Third leg,
back.
It's Jack to throw first. Game on. $43.
Either player will be a fantastic addition to the Champions Week, which will be in early December. Now, if you are wanting to come to a Saturday night in Portsmouth for any of the weekly finals,
100.
use that QR code with your smart device and it will take you to the ticketing page
100.
where you could be one of these people in the crowd. But I stress, if you want to get to Champions Night in early December, be quick. It is the fastest selling ticket here in Portsmouth. If you don't have a smart device, go to dartshop.tv, click on Modus Super Series, and you can find the
57.
ticketing information that you request. The only way these guys want to be here on Champions Night is if they've qualified. And neither have been there before. That's the first dart he needs. He can now attack the flight and try and push it next to that first dart.
100.
Considering that Jack has never been in a final before, Trina.
99.
He's doing pretty well, isn't he?
I think so too. He's still got his darting head on, trying to trim that score down to a 2-darter there. Using the 19s, back to the 20s. Because you don't want to leave yourself on 99, which is still a 3-darter.
94. Jackie requires.
Andy likes leaving that 150. Now he gets a look at it.
78.
Will he go
Andy
3 balls there this
require
time?
150.
He done it last time.
Well,
nearly.
If he's going to hit this with 3 balls, it would be the shot of all shots. The southern route. Double 18.
132.
That would have been some shot.
Jackie required 22.
Double 11. Vastly pulled. This is a nightmare.
No score.
That second dart was a complete
Andy, you require
nightmare. It
18.
blocked everything apart from the bottom 10%.
That's why he had to move all the way across. But still couldn't find it.
Two 4s for the lead.
Game on the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Now, where have we heard that roar before? Oh, that's right. Pretty much every year for the last 2 decades.
Fourth leg. It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Thoughts on that route, Trina? No double 9. I'll go for 10 double 4. It worked.
Well, it worked, didn't it?
What is it about double 9 and right-handers, and they hate it so much?
Yeah, they
60.
do. They do. Thing is, you got to remember they're all the same size.
100.
And you can miss any one of them.
I've always said that if 99% of the dart players in the world were right-handed, which I suppose they are,
100.
and they put double top in the double 9 position, there'd be more people on double 16 than ever. That's what he needs. Just to rattle the hammer's cage. This is a very, very decent final. Jack Tweddle is averaging nearly 94 so far, and he's behind. Hamilton has won the key battles on the outer ring.
100.
But after Trina noticed that the third dart of Tweddle was being feathered towards the board instead of properly followed through, that might be his tell. That might be the one weakness he has. Even though he's the person who's had the biggest average in a completed game this week of 107. In fact, equally the best of the series.
$35. And
He won't be happy with that visit.
56.
He missed double 18 for a 150. The only double he can leave in this shot is double 18. Is he going to leave double 11?
96. Jack, you require 86.
This is a huge moment. He can't recover. So what does
34.
Hamilton do now?
Andy, you require
You might think this is
60.
normal, but to Andy, sometimes this is small 20 tops. But in a moment like this, I wouldn't blame him for going big 20. Safety first. Very smart. Oh, it's a nightmare.
28.
It's like he was trying to
Jack, you
bowl a
require
flipper and he bowled a
52.
googly. Double top for Tweddle.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
The
Jack
cruelty of one miss, and then the opponent comes by and snatches it.
Tweddle. 5th flag.
Oh, it's like
Jack
Yogi's
to throw
picnic
first.
basket all over again.
Game on.
Takes the advantage and breaks Andy as well. Took his chance.
53.
Big mistake there from Andy with hitting that big one.
If Andy doesn't win this final, he's going to have nightmares for days about that shot at tops.
You will indeed.
That's how it works. The fine
58.
margins of this sport, if you make an error like that, you will be thinking about it for days, if not weeks or months, until you put it right. So much is tested in a moment like this. Your composure, your pre-throw routine, your technique, your mental state, all compacted into about 10 seconds at a time.
95.
All of a sudden, Jack Tweddle is starting to pick shots off, as in getting one big treble a visit, maybe two.
Yeah. I noticed on the last shot of Andy's, he was more fluent. He was
108.
and he has gone back to his normal throwing pace and hits a 180.
Andy, you require 138.
Stories have been written on this shot.
Keith Deller.
Luke Humphreys. But it's not going to be Andy Hamilton's
95.
name against that 138 this
Jack,
time.
you require
113 would be one of the biggest shots of the night, and it's not going to happen. Hamilton gets a chance to take the lead
77.
again.
Andy, you require 43.
This has been a break fest.
Yeah. this for a break again.
More breaks than a British building site. If this goes in, that's only just in a single. But that's in the middle. He's working so hard for this. One more leg and it will be redemption after losing in the first week of Series 3, which seems like an eternity ago. In real terms, it actually wasn't that long ago. Well, this is what you want. When you wake up in the morning, I always say this. You want to be serving to finish the job. And a more ideal situation is, I want to have a double on the board with 3 darts in hand to finish things off. Does he get that luxury?
$60.
In pressure moments like this, Trina, it's all about keeping your rhythm. That's what good coaches say. It's what legendary players will say. If your rhythm is good under pressure, you can deliver.
It's about having faith in yourself as well, and controlling your emotions and keeping your nerve, you know, and it's hard. It's really hard to do.
100.
And with his experience, because we see a lot of interviews here at the Modus Super Series, and I hear a lot of dart players say, I hope.
100.
That's a great 180, that.
Maybe 138 will have something to do with tonight. There was no hope in that 180. Andy is trying to say to himself, I will get a chance to win this match in this leg.
84. Jack, you require 130.
Will he get a chance? He will now. It's a big ask.
40.
But if he hits this,
Andy, you require 160.
this will be one of the shots of the year to win a week. A shot worthy of any week. It's on. Double top for the hammer.
120.
It was high enough.
Effort.
Jack,
What an
require
effort.
98.
That wasn't just a great effort. That was a really good shot to leave tops. And now he gets 3 darts at a primary double to break his duck.
40.
And as they say in Stoke, come on, me duck. Let's break the duck. One left.
Game. Shot.
Finally, Andy Hamilton has done it. He's been coming here for years and has got himself over the line. And for the very first time, Andy Hamilton is going to Champions Week. Trina Gulliver.
What a performance there by Andy Hamilton and Jack Tweddle. Don't forget him, he's put up a great fight all week. Congratulations to Andy Hamilton. A 4-2 victory in Series 9, Week 3. Andy Hamilton, champion.
Thank you, Trina. Thank you, Paul. A moment he has been waiting for 2.5 years. Andy Hamilton finally in the winner's enclosure here at the Live Lounge in Porto. Look what it means to him. He's being greeted by Paul Nicholson, who's going to have a chat with him in a couple of seconds' time. His fans soaking up the moment, and they can soak it up some more. Jack Tweddle just to the back of the stage is getting congratulations by his army. But tonight, it's all about the hammer. It's all about Andy Hamilton, who has finally won his first weekly title. His darts he wants to take away, they're going to be prized possessions. And now he's going to have a chat with Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. I have next to me right now a very, very happy Andy Hamilton. Andy, if I could just get you to stand right there. How does this feel? You've been coming here for a couple of years. You've had some near misses. This must feel pretty sweet.
Do you know, I'm a bit speechless actually. This is so emotional for me. I've been through struggles, I've had great times, and without my family and my fiance with me tonight, I probably wouldn't be where I'm playing darts. This game means so much to me, and I realise how much it means, and my family knows how much it means, but I'm quite emotional winning this.
Let's put it into context. You've had a storied couple of decades, but things have been tough along the way, haven't they? You've been to the highest of the highs with getting to the World Final. You've been to Grand Slam final in 2007. This little place in Portsmouth, and this county in particular, has had a big story for your career, hasn't it?
I think of myself, I've gone through good times, bad times, and for myself, I've just shown fighting ability. That shows I want to win. I still want to win. I'm 57 years old, and I still want to win. I have this ability, and I want to still keep playing like I can and just keep fighting.
Before things get too emotional for you, what I do want to say is the first 3 weeks of Series 9, we've got 3 players who are extremely experienced. Andreas Harrison, Darius Labanauskas, and now yourself. What is it about the end of 2024 that is giving us all of the seasoned campaigners?
I think we're all looking for a great time. The Champions going to be a great week. Well, it's up to us to precede other champions there. Now we have to compete with that, but also champions have deserved that right, and I'm one of them, so I feel so privileged to be there.
Is darts still a young person's game?
Just prove it isn't, is it?
You're going to have to make some plans to come back in early December. You could be the last champion of 2024 and have a very Merry Christmas that way. Is that something you're going to think about over the next 24 hours?
Do you have me, Paul? I want to keep playing darts, I want to enjoy the darts, and I still want to keep winning. I still believe in my own game. I think sometimes I need these occasions to make me still believe I still can compete with the best. So tonight's proved I still can.
The last time you were in a final, you lost to John Worsley. We know how much that hurt you at the time because in Series 3 you were really starting the campaign really well. Does tonight feel even sweeter because you've been close before?
I think for me tonight, I think I started the week really poorly on the Monday. I was going through a bad time, and obviously only my fiancée knows, Chloe knows this day. And from that day coming to now, I've come a really, really, really long way. So to come out on top of this is so much more. You know, sometimes I got to the World Championship final. I think tonight meant so much more than that in reality.
Kieran Tian was the first person to win under this roof on September 3rd, 2022. He did something that night that you've just done, and he did something that you've done this week as well by finishing bottom of Group A. It just goes to show that fighting from Wednesday afternoon all the way through to the end can really yield something, can't it?
I think you know me, Paul. My career is all about fighting. I'd never say I was the best player around, but I never give in. I've shown a few times I've never given in. And tonight I had that fighting ability, and it's come through on my side tonight.
Well, what I can't say, Andy, is that the fighting is over and the enjoying of the moment can begin. So without further ado, everybody be off your seats for the Week 3 winner in Series 9, Andy Hamilton!
It's finally the Hammers' time here at the Modus Super Series. Andy Hamilton picking up the trophy and picking up his place at Champions Week at the beginning of December. He got the better of Jack Tweddle in the final, and look what it means to him. A shake of the hand with Paul Nicholson, who asked the questions. Trina Gulliver is alongside me here in the studio. Andy's done so much in his career. He's achieved so much in his career, but just to see the raw emotion on his face and some of the words that he was saying when he picked up that title, there is still such a burning desire for him.
He's really enjoying darts at the moment, you know, and he's worked hard for this, and I'm really pleased that he's taken the title tonight. He's played really, really well.
You know this feeling as much as any darts player on the planet. What is it like when you've lifted that trophy and you take the adulation and the congratulation of everybody else?
Oh, there's no feeling like it. You know, it's that moment of relief as well. You know, you've done, and he's been wanting to do this for so long. You know, to win a finals night, and he's finally done it, and he's enjoying it, and it's great to see.
These are the moments you work so hard for, isn't it? When times aren't great. And Andy has had his trials and tribulations on and off the hockey. And I suppose these are the moments that make all the hard work so worthwhile, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, you can see he's just really enjoying it. And it'll be a relief for his family as well, and the wife, sort of thing, the missus. And so, yeah, good times for him.
Jack Tweddle there in the background. He's had such a good week, Trina. He can take so much from it, can't he?
He's so much experience, and he was unlucky tonight. You know, he's played really well all week, and he's played some good darts.
That's Stephen Johnson. We're going to see him on Monday morning. Paul Nicholson's going to be commentating on him, and he's actually joined us in the studio now. And I was just saying to Trina, for someone like Andy that's done so much in his career, achieved so much, for him to still be talking in the way that he's talking about the sport says a lot about where his headspace is at right now.
Yeah, it does actually. I think Andy's incredibly correct. I've been very privileged to spend a bit of time with him over the last 15 years and play against him. He's just hard to move because he digs so deep every single time he plays. And maybe sometimes that's to his detriment, that he's working so hard constantly, and it's sapped him over the years. Maybe taking his foot off the gas a little bit and having this ability to play with a little bit more levity will unlock something. He's already been to a final in seniors darts this year. He's now won a week at the Modus Super Series. At the age of 57, things might not be ending, they might be starting.
You've played against Andy so many times over the years. When you played against him, what did you feel was his key strengths? And do you still see them as his strengths right now?
I think his strengths have changed. I think they're evolving into a different type of dart player. And that can only be a good thing, because you have to evolve to be someone who can do it over 2-3 decades. But if he was trying to be the dart player that he was in, say, 2007 to 2012, I don't think he can sustain that anymore. You have to be realistic. So he's got to play with muted intensity at times and then keep enough energy in the tank to be able to do what he's done tonight.
You're a player who's had vast experience, Trina. You've played for so many years now, so you know exactly what it's like to have that experience of playing for so long. And then as your career moves on, when you do get to that stage of your career, how difficult is it to try and play with that intensity but know that you can't play like that all the time?
It's difficult, you know, and I mean, the way I've moved forward really with it is that I've tried not to take, when you're at the top of your game, you're expected to win all the time and constantly, and that pressure is immense. And you know, it's come to a point where, you know, I've learned then not to put so much pressure on myself, because, and it's putting pressure on myself also, but other people putting pressure on you. But you are your biggest critic, and you know, so, and you always want to, when you're a competitor, you always want to compete well, and you know, when you can't, it knocks your confidence. And but now with Andy, he's taken that step back, like he said, and he's really grown and learning to enjoy the game again, and that's when you're enjoying it more, then your performance will be better.
Is that the key sometimes, just knowing where you are with the sport and then drawing upon that?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, you know, I think the enjoyment goes out of the game sometimes when you're under that much pressure all the time, and you know, you're not enjoying it, and it just becomes a monotonous job. Mm-hmm. You know, so and the enjoyment must come back into it. So, and that's when you start to see results.
Well, let's analyse the final in a little bit more detail. This was the moment where Andy Hamilton won it. He missed that dart, didn't he, at the 160 a few moments ago. Jack Tweddle sat on 60, and Andy's been here before, Nico. Last dart in hand, that must be nervy.
Absolutely. But the way he measured his way from top to bottom with that visit, it looks great, don't get me wrong. But the way he was thinking right there was, 2 rangefinders, stay in that same way and just throw it and complete it. That's what you got to do. Stay in your rhythm, and it was very deliberate. But that must have felt good. The moment that double goes in, as much as we love to throw darts, and Trina, I'm sure will back me up here, you don't want to throw anymore. You want the last one to stay there forever. It's amazing how many times those dart players forget to take their darts out the board because they don't want to take them out. They want them to live there forever. That will mean a lot to Andy, and he's coming back before Christmas. He'll be loving that fact.
Well, you were on stage when Andy lifted that trophy. What did it feel like from your perspective? What was the mannerisms as far as Andy was concerned?
A little bit of relief. I think that final against Worsley did hurt. He's had near misses since then as well. But just going on Trina's point as well about being a seasoned champion like she is, when you're labelled as a bridesmaid, because Andy has been, lost in a World Final, lost in a Grand Slam final, a UK Open final, maybe hasn't won as many PDC titles as people thought he could. So when he's labelled as one of those players that maybe could have been a major champion, getting over the line feels even sweeter. But the evolution of the hammer, that's why he's here. If he was doing exactly the same as he was 18 months ago, 2 years ago, he doesn't win that final. He probably loses it, and Jack Tweddle is going to be your weekly winner. But the ability to look yourself in the mirror and say, I need something new to be a winning formula, he's found it.
Well, let's sum up the story of the night. These are the results from Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge. You were very key to mention in your commentary, Trina, at the end, to mention the name Jack Tweddle, because what a debut he's had to get through to the final. I can imagine right now he's going to be bitterly disappointed because he's lost the game. Nobody wants to lose a final. However, when it gets to the cold light of day and maybe when he wakes up tomorrow morning, he'll have tremendous pride as to what he's achieved.
He must take positives from this week. He's done really well. Like you say, it's his debut, and to be in the final on your debut, that's fantastic results. So there's positives there, and he must take them.
And you'd imagine now, with the way he played, you'd imagine another invite here. He's playing so well on the ADC circuit. And it was interesting, when we spoke to him on Thursday, he was in two minds about Q School, because if he goes there, he's not want to be one of those players that goes there with the Challenge Tour in mind. He says he either wants to win the card, and he doesn't see the Challenge Tour as a secondary option. He sees that as a consolation prize, in his own words.
I hate to be critical, but that's the wrong way to look at it, because the Challenge Tour can be a building block towards where you want to be. Look at some of the guys who are playing at the minute, and they've got so much freedom to play here, to play Challenge Tour, to play ADC stuff as well. Let's face facts. If you've got that freedom, use it. If he wants a tour card and he thinks he's going to contend with the elite in the sport, good luck to you. Go and do it. But don't look at the Challenge Tour as a consolation prize. I think that is not the way to look at it. So get back here if you don't get your tour card, and then evolve.
I think one of the other great things about tonight is seeing players like Bram van Dijk, 20 years old, his second appearance here. He's improved so much from the first time that we saw him here. The action is so smooth, it's so silky, but his temperament as well was absolutely superb. If this is just him at his basis, he's got some career to come.
Yeah, you can see him growing, and gaining the experience, and this is the perfect place to do that. And but there's a lot more for him to give, and he's learning every time.
And Nico, we're 3 weeks down as far as this series is concerned. We've got the former champion Andreas Hausen looking to go for number 2, Darius Lamanauskas, who's looking to get his first. He lost in the Champions League semi-final, and Andy Hamilton. What you've got there is 3 really experienced campaigners. This is already looking as if it's going to be a tough Champions Week to win.
Yeah, tough Champions Week indeed, but there's life in the more seasoned, I'm not going to use the word old, say more seasoned dogs yet. And I suppose when it comes to week 4, we're going to have to look at the older players to say, right, Andy's there, Darius is there, Andreas is there, who's going to join him? And I think what people will see from tonight, because we all want, and I called you a romanticist earlier, and I don't blame you for that, because this was a great story tonight. People will be inspired by this tonight. Inspiration is about breathing in good stuff and getting rid of the bad. That's exactly what Andy's done. That's inspirational.
It's been a great fun night. Trin, have you enjoyed your debut of the commentary box?
I've had a great night. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's been great fun working with you. Hopefully we get to do it again soon. As ever, Nico, pleasure working with you. That's it from us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where finally it is hammer time. Andy Hamilton qualifying through to Champions Week. Tweddle just couldn't quite put his pedal to the metal, but it's the hammer who has claimed the gold medal. Bye from us.
Well, I've got to ask you now, Mace, as Edgar gives us the bow.
have a bit of that.
Alex Spellman.
Outstanding finish from Spellman.
16. She steps back, has a good look. And nails it for a 3-0 win. What a brilliant performance from Fallon Sherritt.
John Lowe dart. Likes doing the Luke Humphries finish.
Ashby Coleman.
The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw of the net.
Big moment. Oh no! Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
This is a mammoth dart. That's a mammoth fight. That's the pitch.
Here we go. One leg shootout to see who plays Sykes in the final. I think so. I the one time I played early in the schedule, I didn't make the semi-finals. The twice that I did,
Starts to get the better of John Worsley.